my audio on. Get some fucking background music in this bitch, and I'm gonna be playing pretty much. I'm gonna start with the SA2 OST.
Now, is this going to be strictly and only Sonic and then stream over, or Sonic, anything encompassing that, and then eventually lead into something else?
I'm anticipating that this is gonna start with Sonic, not even necessarily just the movie. We are going.
Okay,
At
okay, fair.
least I'm anticipating that I'm going to go on a tangent that will lead to other things. We can talk about
Okay.
other shit too. Like we're already here, so why not?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
But yeah, I'm gonna turn this on, get the volume down. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna add music in post because that's so much easier.
Yeah.
So fuck this window. Don't need it. Put my. I wish I had a better layout for this because I'm still very much amateur streamer. I need
I mean,
I don't know what I need.
I got my computer back, so if I really wanted to, I could set it all up again. But
Do you really want to do that right now?
yeah.
Yeah. This is probably the first time that I'm going to be like using my webcam and it being like the main uh, screen occupying space
Yeah, yeah.
on my screen. My camera quality isn't fantastic, so it's going to be
That's fine.
choppy, but well, that's all I got for now.
That's
Um,
fine.
so let's see. I know that I initially said like 5 questions each,
Yeah.
and I did come up with 5 questions, but I also sense that there's a high possibility that our questions would overlap. Um, so I'm not going to restrict it to 5 questions exactly because there's so much. There's so much to talk about.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
So
yeah.
I don't want to be any kind of restrictive. So I guess
Okay.
we're starting now. This is it. Yay! Welcome
Okay.
to
Yeah.
Drark Angel Podcast Episode Shadow. Uh,
Welcome, welcome.
so this was prompted by us seeing Sonic 3, the movie. Um, I have a lot of feelings about Sonic 3, the movie. Um, I don't know how to start, so I guess we're just going to start the usual way, introduce ourselves, and let everyone know, like, kind of like where we are in terms of like Sonic movies, video games in general, the franchise, yada yada yada. I must ask that you go first because I know that you're not as in tune with the Sonic series as I am, and
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm probably gonna go on for a long time, so I'm gonna let you get out of the way first before
Now,
I completely dominate this conversation.
it's okay. I figured we could do like I ask question, you ask question, I ask question, you ask question, kind of like that. And then you'll probably have 100 more, so then you can just go from there.
Okay, I'll start with this initial question that isn't like a part of the 5 questions, but just in general, um, when it comes to Sonic and your history of video games as a whole, uh, where are you in terms of like your familiarity with Sonic, or how much do you enjoy or not enjoy the series, the character, whatever? Like,
Yeah,
how much
I'll
of a
put
fan are
that
you?
in the I'll put that with the intro. So hello everyone, my name is Jose, aka Drark. I have my own stream channel, but I haven't been active recently. I just came back from Japan, back in Buffalo, United States again. So that's exciting. I'm gonna hopefully in the near future get my setup going again. But basically, yeah, Mike and I do these streams, so that'll be from time to time. So this should be fun. In regards to the Sonic series, now I have always enjoyed Sonic as a series growing up. I have played most of the original series games in terms of the Sega and the Dreamcast, even, and then their adaptations into like the Xbox. I enjoy their musical score. I enjoy the game mechanics. But if anything, I say I lean more towards the 2D versions of the games, in contrast to um, the 3D ones. But that's just like a personal preference thing, not to say that one's better than the other. Um, I know some of the characters. I don't recall too much of the lore, but I know enough to enjoy what I play and what I see and what I hear. So that helps put me in a level where you could say it's like a generic fan level of what you would expect them to like and appreciate out of a Sonic series, which is good because you have people who are on the high end, which would be able to completely dissect this movie, and the series as a whole, and how they pertain to each other, and then you have people, which is the majority, which is someone like me, and that from what they know and remember even from what they played a long time ago and how much they like it or not. So yeah, that's about where I'm at. How about you?
Cool, cool. Sonic is my lifeblood. Sonic is if I don't have Sonic, I die. That
Oh,
is.
there you
um,
go.
I wish I was joking, but pretty much, I was born 9 days before the release of Sonic One on the Sega Genesis. Um, I had been indoctrinated into the franchise since I was an infant. My earliest memories were me in a car seat as a baby, and my brothers playing Sonic One and sometimes Sonic Two, and they would put the controller in my hands and pretend that I'm playing just to give me some kind of form of entertainment. At some point, according to my aunts and uncles, I don't exactly recall this, but at some point I caught on to the trickery, and I started getting upset whenever they would do it, and I would cry like crazy. So they would actually let me play, put the controller in the player one slot, and then I'd just have fun controlling this blue rabbit or whatever the fuck this weird animal that I wouldn't know as a 3-year-old, running around the screen, and it was the greatest thing ever for me. Um, and at the same time, we had a, I don't know if we had a Nintendo, but I believe my cousins had a Nintendo, and we used to play Super Mario World and whatnot. But for some reason, I developed this like weird complex where like if I like one thing, I have to like hate the opposite thing. So I'm very much a console warrior. I was 100% Team Sega back in the day, especially with Sonic. That's kind of carried over to a lot of other things. Like I like Street Fighter over Mortal Kombat. Um, like pretty much, if my brother had a favorite thing, my favorite thing had to be like the polar opposite to that. Like he likes Scorpion, so I like Sub Zero. Like spiteful shit. And as I grew older, I kind of realized that my attachment wasn't necessarily to Sega. It was mostly like the Sonic franchise specifically. And I'm a firm believer that the Sonic games early on are the true pinnacle of 2D platforming. And I say this, it's not even just me saying it, but like, you know, people like to say that like Mario is the pinnacle of 2D platform. He's the king of platformers. But it's like, if Sonic kind of won that console war back then, if people preferred Sonic back then, and the 2D Sonic games is ultimately like an improvement on the 2D platforming formula from Mario, then like, why aren't we considering Sonic the king of, like, that's not, it doesn't make any, the math ain't mathing to me. Uh, and I'm a firm believer that like Sonic is very much like the ultimate working formula of how to make a 2D mascot platformer work, and pretty much every other attempt by other companies like Sony or Microsoft hasn't even tried, but like I imagine if they tried that they'd fuck it up. Like it's purely because they deviated from the formula that Sonic had perfected. And I know I sound like a crazy fanboy right now, but like history kind of speaks for itself. Unfortunately, Sonic Team kind of also falls into that history because it seems like over the years the people who developed Sonic early on kind of just moved on to other things, and the team who's making the games now aren't the people who made the games back then. So they started deviating from their own formula, and Sonic had downfall after downfall after rise after downfall after downfall. And I think we're in a pretty okay place now. Like coming to present day, uh, I think a lot of the things that have been done with the Sonic games have been interesting. I think Sonic Team is on a decent track. They're in a good direction when it comes to the games. But this episode is about the movies, and that's a completely different beast to me. So yeah, I'm a gigantic Sonic fan. If I had to list my favorite things ever, Sonic would be up there. If if not number one, if just the video game category. My favorite franchise in existence next to Kingdom Hearts and Persona. So that's where I'm at.
Mm,
I'm not a movie
interesting.
guy. Like, I love video games. I'm a video game guy ultimately. That's my primary preferred medium of
You're a
entertainment.
video game connoisseur. It's
Yes.
okay.
I am a below average movie enjoyer. You put a movie in front of me, I'll watch it, but I'm probably not going to be invested in it very much. Um, I mean, I'm kind of recently getting more into like certain movies because like I've grown up. I have a more refined taste than I did with as a kid. But I think movies are okay. Uh, however, I I do not like the concept of video games being translated into movies. I think that it doesn't work. I don't think there's a real good reason to even do it at all. Like especially live action, especially live action. Um, like video games and the live action adaptation movies, terrible. Like historically, been terrible. And there are some examples of some good ones. I think off the top of my head, I can only think of like Tomb Raider. If we're going outside movies, Last of Us. Um, uh, and I mean like actually good, not like ironically good or like so bad it's good. Like I mean like actually good video game movies. Um, there's not many, and I think the reason is
Arcane.
yeah, like Arcane. Yeah, Arcane counts, I guess. Um, but I just believe that it's. I don't think it's impossible, but I think transitioning like a video something that's made for video games into a movie medium um, is ultimately just a reduction. Like there's nothing in live action that you can add to a video game property that will improve it in any way, shape, or form. Like nothing. There's nothing you can do to make this better. It'll at least be the same. Like at best, you get like the same thing. So in that case, it's like what even is the point? And that's kind of how I also felt that way about these Sonic movies. I don't see a point. I never saw a point of like why the fuck are we making a Sonic movie? The games are struggling to even keep people's attention nowadays. You want to make a fucking movie? No. Uh, so yeah, that's my stance. Um, Massive Sonic fan. I love the games. I'm aware that recently they have kind of they've been iffy. Even like not so recently, like a decade ago, had a massive downfall. The series nearly died several times, but I believe they started with the greatest video games ever made still to this day. And I just wish that Sonic Team can get their shit together so like the franchise could go back to its former glory. And I think it's really fucking easy. I think it would be really fucking easy to get that done. It's just corporate bullshit, you know? Like, I don't know. Something above them is getting in the way of the video games being great. And I also feel, mild spoilers, but like, I also feel that the same thing's happening with these movies where they could be much better than they are, but something's getting in the way. Something is just not letting them be more than what they are. So yeah,
There's a lot to go that goes into that, and I feel like everything you just said, we can spend some time on all of it a little bit today, so that's fine. But that's good to know, and it's a good perspective on uh what you feel and enjoy about Sonic in general. So that's really going to help us caveat into the main subject, which is, as you mentioned, the Sonic movies. Now we have to go into this both subjective and introspective because we are being subjective in the fact that we are specifically looking at the movies, yet we have to be introspective in the fact that they correspond to a series that's been long and done for a long time, man. That's the audience you're catering to. So you have to kind of touch on both, you know. Um, so because of that, I want to start off with some generic questions here, just to kind of get those out of the way and and establish a set tone on what we feel about the movie series in itself as of right now, at least. So let me get the first question here for you, and yeah, the first question, and it don't need details. This is just a yes or no, a yes or no question right now. We'll go into details after. Um, did you like Sonic 3, the movie?
yes,
Okay, perfect.
very
Um,
easy. Yes.
okay, very good. Um, as for me, I enjoyed it. And
I
now
love how
let's
you restricted me to a yes or no, but
yeah.
then
Uh now we can go into a little bit more details. Um, the main question I have here is, uh, what what about this specific movie did you like the most?
okay. Whew. All right. I'm gonna try to narrow it down to one thing.
Yeah, well, that's what I said. The one thing you liked the
Yeah, yeah.
most.
I I'm having a hard time because my answer. I'm really trying to find a way to like give you my answer and then not go on like another fucking hour long tangent. But because like my answer is simple but also complicated. Um, this is the first of the trilogy. This is the first movie out of the three Sonic movies that I can confidently consider a good movie. Um,
Interesting. Okay.
Unlike the first two movies, this movie had a story, it had themes, and it carried the story and the themes from beginning, middle to end in a cohesive manner. And everything from the beginning all the way up to the end informed the rest of the story and the in the narrative up until the ending without any cringy bullshit. And the things that were happening in the movie were interesting. There was a lot of action. There's a lot of Easter eggs, a lot of references, and these are all very generic things that I'm listing. Like these aren't like super special in the realm of like movies or movies that are good, but you gotta understand the first two movies didn't have these things, so it's like I'm just glad that this movie didn't suck. Um, I know that's not saying a lot. I feel like I'm lowballing it immensely, but that is genuinely.
Basically, if I can help you kind of narrow it down, what you specifically liked about the movie is that it was well written.
It was well written. It was entertaining. It was
Mm,
actually funny. There were jokes in it.
mm,
And it didn't have super glaring flaws. It's not a perfect
yeah.
movie. It does have flaws, but not enough, not any part of the movie completely ruined the experience of watching it. Which sounds like things that are just bare minimum what we expect out of a movie, right? But it's like, we didn't have this, man.
Okay, that's
And
fair.
yeah, so it sounds like it's a very like generic cop out answer, but genuinely, like,
Actually, I honestly really like that answer because my stance on this movie, an answer like that is the only thing that I could just confidently be okay with. So that's why it's perfectly fine for me that that's what you like. I can say that that is something that they did do fairly decently was the writing for it. So that's really cool.
it
For me,
was
if I had to,
risen,
yeah.
which is more than what Sonic One and Sonic Two did. So,
um, in terms of what my number one favorite thing about the movie, um, funny enough, um, oh, the freaking Timmy says that he wanted to do it too. I don't know if he's still interested, but he just sent the message. Um,
we can get him in here
yeah,
if he has the time.
if he has the time.
Uh, I wish it didn't like completely annihilate the call just by trying to add people, but I'll try it again.
You should be able to just add him or tell him to join. He knows how to join the call, doesn't he?
This is like a 1v1 call. Like this is me calling. You called me directly, so I don't know.
I mean, we could take a quick second to move over to
I'll try it again.
that. Let's let me where's the thing here? Uh,
No, I don't want to create a new one. I want to add Timmy to this one. Fuck.
it's okay. Let's pause real quickly and then let's go to the Discord.
Okay.
Um,
I'm going to.
I'm gonna go into the stream only Discord.
I'm gonna make a new channel.
Oh,
Or,
okay.
hmm. All right. So I'm gonna go. I'm gonna take stream two, and I'm gonna switch up the permissions on that one, so that it's just
Yeah,
like me, you, and Timmy, because I
yeah,
don't want
yeah, yeah,
random people dropping in.
yeah, yeah. It makes sense. Let me know when you do that.
Let's see. I'm actually gonna bother to edit this when we're done. That should work. All right, I'm going to stream two.
All right, I'm gonna go to the stream too.
All right, that worked.
Oi, oi.
Uh, Now we just tell Timmy to join stream too.
I'm assuming this is connected to the stream, so it's all good to go still.
Yeah. It's all the way mine is set up is that like it catches all desktop audio like
Oh, okay, okay,
from
okay.
anywhere. I wish it wasn't that way. I wish I had like a Discord exclusive like line for the audio, but
Yeah.
I don't know how to do that.
Okay. Well, whenever Timmy's ready, you can join. But yeah, until he joins us, I'll go ahead and continue where I left off. But
He's in my chat.
the thing I like the most about the movie, um, ironically, it's also it goes in contrast with the thing I like the least about it. But the thing I liked the most about it, um, was was the introduction of Shadow. Um, the introduction of Shadow and his overall character scheme, I really enjoyed it. To the point where it took me a while to realize it was Keanu Reeves doing his voice.
Did you
um,
not know? Did you go in blind for that one?
no, I knew, but I forgot. And then I'm like, I'm just kind of watching the movie, and
Hello.
didn't
Hello.
really-
Uh, currently, Drark is listing his favorite aspect of the movie.
Okay.
Hmm. Yeah, and what I was saying, it goes in contrast with the thing I also did like the least about the movie. But in terms of what I liked the most about the movie was Shadow and his introduction. In terms of a character himself, not necessarily the actual introduction, but just a character himself. Um, it's because I was hoping that they did go along the line of making him kind of like cool character, as cliche as that sounds. Like I wanted him to be like a cool character to a certain degree. And I feel like they really focused on that for him. And I think they did it well. So that's one thing that I really, really liked about it and that I liked for him in this movie. Uh and it really propelled the movie forward, in my opinion. But yeah, that's the one thing I would say I like the most about the movie so far. What about you, Timmy? What did you like the most about the movie?
Actually, first,
Um.
before you answer that,
Yeah.
introduction. Tell us who you
Yeah.
are,
Yeah. I was going to say.
and
Yeah.
where are you in the world of the world, like the Sonic
Of
fandom,
Sonic.
video games,
Yeah.
movies. Uh, yeah.
Geez. Okay. So, um, I'm T Plus Studios. I am primarily an artist, specifically like in terms of Sonic. This year I've personally done a lot of animations and artwork that are Sonic related,
You
especially
just dropped one
because
2 hours ago.
yeah, like I just uploaded animation that I did for Sonic Paradox's Sonic Shorts. Um, I'm very active in like the Sonic community in like the area, like Texas, where they do the Sonic Expo and all that stuff. So I'd consider myself, especially now, like a very involved person when it comes to Sonic and the fans. My personal experience, I've been into like not just the games, I guess, which kind of makes me different from y'all, where like I knew about the games, but I also got into the franchise through Sonic X, which is like the anime, the comics, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So like me personally, like I knew that there was like games, but I never saw him as a video game character. I just saw him as a character that was adapted in a bunch of stuff, and like I absorbed all of it. So I think that part is important because in context to the movies, um like I didn't really base my experience with Sonic like solely on the games like I feel like a lot of other people would. It was more just
Honestly,
like the characters, I guess.
I'm really glad you said that.
Okay, now favorite thing about the movie.
Um, kind of like what you said, where it's like it was a story, and it was like consistently like beginning, middle, and end. Like it was well written. It had a through line, and there was no parts that like completely distracted from that. With like a little bit of exception, but I can get into it later. But like it was consistent and focused, which was good because the first two movies, like I had rewatched one and two before going to see three. One sort of had that through line where it was like the relationship between Sonic and Tom, but like it was just kind of like a basic buddy like road trip movie. So it's like there was a bunch of times where they just straight off and did whatever, which is like fine back when like we had no basis for how Sonic movie should be. But like going back after, especially after the other two movies, like I I can't really say I had a good time with one like now, knowing where it goes later on. And two was like kind of the same, just not as much. Where there's a lot of parts that I really like, but ultimately it's like very inconsistent, like sitting through. And that just isn't as much as a problem in the third one now, which is good.
So, really quickly, then, the first question I had asked was a yes or no. Did you like the movie?
Yes.
The third one. Yes. Okay. Perfect. Very good. All right.
All right, we all like the
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah. We all liked the movie.
Well, you didn't really
Um.
answer, Drark. You said you enjoyed it, and it sounded like there was
Yeah.
going to be a but after that. So, well, what is
That
your
so.
actual answer to that question?
Okay. So the word I specifically used was like.
Yeah.
So with that being said, yes, I liked the movie.
Okay.
Um. Now, it's just so difficult because you can go on a tangent so easily. So I think it's important to get the main points out before we each decide to revel down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, especially for this movie, because like
Yeah.
I do have a lot of thoughts, but I do want to make it clear like I like this movie. I think it's good, and I think it's the best of the three movies we got. Despite like any notes or feedback I have, I think it's a good movie.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Hmm. Um, Now that was my first main question. Did you want to go next, Mike, or did Tim? Did you want to try with a question if you had any? Mike and I did was we each got about 5 questions that we wanted to ask each other in in regards to the movies. Yeah, maybe you don't have anything written down, but if you have any curiosity about something, you can just kind of toss it up as well.
Okay.
So what did you want to do, Mike? Want to go next, or give Tim
I'll
time
give Timmy
to?
some time to come up with
Yeah.
some questions. This first one uh, might take some time to answer. Maybe, who
Okay.
knows?
Okay.
All right. So, if you could give all three movies a revised score, I don't know what score you gave the movies, the first two movies initially, but after seeing the third movie and taking the whole trilogy into account, what would you give each individual movie a revised score out of 10?
Hmm, fair enough. Um, I'll go first. I would say first and foremost, in ranking of my favorite or least favorite to main favorite, um, I think that'll kind of help a little bit in painting the picture for those scores. I'm gonna go with number one being two, number two being mm, one, and then number three being three. Now, that's not to say that I thought any of them were terrible, but that's just how I personally would put those in that order. I would say I understand the inconsistencies of writing in two, but still I enjoyed that one the most. I'm gonna go ahead and give that one a 8 out of 10. I'm gonna give number one a 7.5 out of 10, and I'm gonna give three a 7 out of 10. I am avoiding details, just going with that score.
Oh, okay. So all right. So your score for Sonic One is
7.5.
7.5. Okay. So your score for Sonic Two would be
8.
8. Okay. And Sonic Three is
7.
7. Okay. All right. So Sonic Three is your least favorite of the three.
Correct.
Okay. Gotcha. That opening bit of like scrambling the order of like the movies that
Might have been
it
confusing. I
confused me a
apologize.
Yeah.
bit. So,
I
okay.
apologize. I just wanted to. I just figured that you guys might have been confused on why I would score three the lowest. So I just wanted to preface it by saying this is the order I like them in the most,
Okay.
from most to least. That's why.
That made it worse. Okay. All right. But I understand now. Okay. All right. So for me, not as recently, but a few like a month ago or so, I rewatched the first two movies before this one, and I agree with Timmy that Sonic One is boring as fuck, and
Yep.
I'm not going to get into why now, but to put simply, after seeing the other two movies, I now score Sonic One as a 4. And for the record, for me, like when it comes to 1 out of 10 scores, 5 is average. An average is 5 because like here in America, education our education system is fucked up. We grew up with the idea that like a 70, 75, anything below a 75 is failing. Like like that's like a C minus everywhere else. But it's like you're failing and you're doing bad in school if you get a 75. It's like it's so stupid. So, human scaling, real people like with common sense scaling, average is 5. I would say Sonic 1 is a 4. Uh, Sonic 2, I think I initially gave it like a 6. I'm bringing that a little bit down to a 5.5. And I think Sonic 3 is about an 8.
Okay,
Hmm.
really quickly, I think it's important for me to say this. Um, Going off of your average, I to rate that, I should also give my average because then it sounds like, according to my average, I think these movies are fantastic in comparison to what you think.
Yeah, yeah.
So my average on a movie is a 7. I think a
American
7
education
is
system.
yeah, I think
Okay.
a 7 is like average. Anything below that, I mean, 7 already is like, ugh, but it's still, you could go through it and, not go through a whole fit. Um,
That's the
8
other
is
part.
pretty good.
Because,
Yeah,
like,
8.
in
Yeah,
America,
8.
70 is also really high. It's like,
Yeah,
it's weird.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
So, and then 8 is all right. 8, 7 to 8 is the average. Just 7 is the low end of it. And then 8 is the high end. And eight is like that C plus B minus that you get in school.
The, yeah, the IGN scaling.
Yeah.
Okay. I get it.
Yeah.
All right, Tibby, do you have enough RAM to answer this question while you think of a question?
So, I'm trying to like remember what you said. So, like, you're saying like, did our ratings change like before and after?
Well,
Like, what?
not just did they, but if they did, what are they?
Okay, so when I first watched Sonic One, I think I probably would have put it as like a 6. Um,
What's your
literally,
average?
my average is usually like 6 or 7 for most of the movies I watch.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Like a 6, the best way I can describe it is like it has something like there's good parts to a movie, but like I don't think I would go out of my way to like really watch it. Usually, that's what I would consider a 6. Like I acknowledge it as a good movie, but not one I particularly like love or anything.
Mm.
So that's how I felt about the first Sonic movie, because like if you took out like all the like Sonic elements, which to be honest, in the first one there weren't that many, they were very scarce, which was like the major critique of it when it came out. It's kind of like, you know, your run of the mill CGI character cartoon adaptation to a movie in live action. So, you know, and I'd gotten used to like those movies coming out, so I kind of just went through the motions watching it and appreciated whenever they showed actual Sonic stuff. So yeah, that was a 6 out of 10. I think now after rewatching it right before 3, it probably would be like 4.5. Just because like the bar raised the further we got into the later stuff. Um, I want to say like like put Sonic 2 at a higher regard, despite like that movie being like back and forth, like some scenes hit and some scenes missed. Because when it gets good, I thought it was like really good. And like the one thing I will say that like I enjoy about the movies that I couldn't get from the games is just the overall spectacle of seeing some of these elements on a big screen. And 2 really did that for me in some respect. And I guess 3 too, but we'll get into that later. But I think now I would probably put 2 around like 5.5, 5, somewhere around then. And for 3, I think I'd put it at 6, 6.5. Actually, 6.5, 7. I don't
Okay.
intend. I don't really think it's gonna like change too drastically like the first 2 over time. Because like even after like sitting on it and like really thinking and going through my thoughts and feelings on this movie, like I don't like drastically change how I feel about it.
Yeah,
Who
we got to
knows?
remember, regardless of what we think, in the end of the day, it's subjective to our personal connections to it, which is why
Mm-hmm.
I think it was really important what you were saying in your introduction when you said that you came into this through the animation, because the animation's painting of what this character is, who he is, and how he conducts himself, really puts an image in your head of what like the whole series is in general, compared to what you get out of like a cart or like a video game where he literally doesn't say a word, and you're just going off of like 8-bit graphic pieces. So it really does change your perspective on a character, um and how, like, when you put color to something that it was always black and white, it's always going to change that perspective. At the
Yeah.
same time, if something was colorful and then you make it black and white, it's going to change the perspective again. It's just in a different way, to whatever everyone likes. So at the end of the day, whether as we go through this, whether we agree that we like or hate or anything like that about the movie, it's a personal preference thing. So no one's really ever going to be wrong per se.
Yeah, I have an understanding that, like, there's obviously a separation between like subjective and objective entertainment. I have some objective criticisms about these movies, but if you don't particularly care for them, then I can't sway you to disagree, like to agree with me if you don't care. So, like, there are things I can objectively say about these movies that are good and bad, but like, ultimately this is entertainment. This is all art. So it's like what you take out of it is the most important thing. Um, but I do have some criticisms. Oh
Mm.
boy,
Me too.
boy, boy, do
Me
I.
too. But let's not get to that. Timmy, your turn for a question. Were you able to think of something?
If you have one.
Um,
Or if you want, we can just kind of bounce back and forth and then you answer. All of it is fine. It's up to you.
Yeah.
I have one. I kind of wait. Like, I feel early to say it. I kind of want to get into it when we're talking more in detail about like the movies.
Okay. it's something I've been thinking about adding to this, by the way, is because I'm sure all of us have like a tangent we want to kind of go on. Like
Oh boy.
having like a stopwatch or something with a specific time limit, and understanding that we gotta try to fit as much as we can in that small time limit to get that point across. And then we all talk a little bit about it, and then the next person goes, and we all talk a little bit about it, and then the next person goes. That way we can kind of get it all in there. I think that might help us do that in a controlled environment instead of just like going for like 2 hours.
No, I say go ham.
Maybe at the end we can go ham, but I think like if we want to establish an idea now, but I still think we should do our questions first.
Yeah, yeah. So you want to save your question for later, Timmy?
Um, Actually, no. I'll just phrase it in a way where we can say it now. Because you mentioned like your feelings on adapting like video games to movies. Like, what would you say is like the main thing holding like movies back? I guess from adapting video games.
The main thing holding, it's mostly just the fact that like with video games, with the creation of video games, you have absolute control of every single aspect of it, all the way, all the way through its production, every single bit of it. With movies, in live action movies especially, you are you're under the mercy of real life physics and psychology and like doing your best to manipulate the elements to your whim to create whatever it is that you're trying to adapt. And there's just hard limitations to using real humans to do things that cartoon characters are trying to do, and it's like you just can't do it. Um, and there's not really much getting around it. And I don't think I mentioned this in a previous podcast, but I've mentioned this in some of my streams. But I think the only live action adaptations of, or not even just live action, the best adaptations of video games into movies, because there are successful ones, but there are conditions that are kind of required to make those happen. So like, if you're doing live action, right? The most successful live action movie adaptations are usually movies that are usually about video games that either A, didn't have a whole lot of story or lore to begin with, or B, is already so deep in the realm of realism that you don't really have to do much to adapt anything. So like The Last of Us, there's zombies, right? But that's like the most unrealistic thing about that series, is the fact that there are zombies. It's a very human, character-driven story for those video games. So all you have to do is have a bunch of actors acting with zombies. It's not there's not a lot of there's not a lot to fuck up in a The Last of Us adaptation. You obviously, if you have a bad writer, you could fuck it up, but it's like you have the material just by having human beings on screen. Like that, all of that is done for you. With anthropomorphic hedgehogs, completely different story. Like there's no metric that you can judge like how this character should be moving in the real world, because he doesn't belong in the real world. So it's like Uncanny Valley is pretty much the entire real estate of the movie when you have that problem. So it's like the easiest movies to adapt to the live action are usually movies, video games that are already like in realism, and then I'm trying to think of an example of the first thing I said. Uh,
Where it's like so simple, like
yeah, like there isn't a lot of lore to the movie. Like an example I like to pull is both Mario movies. Both of the, I forgot what year, 1990 something Mario movie, live action Mario movie, and the most recent one. So like, we clown the original Mario Bros movie because like it's so ridiculous, it's so stupid looking. But back then, it was a fun movie. And that's all it needed to be. And the reason why it didn't get like it was it's a weird movie even for back then still, but it's still enjoyable to a degree. And it doesn't really have like the expectations that movies have nowadays, mostly because that was like super early Mario Brothers where there was no lore. There was no like
There's no like strict brand for them to stick to either.
yeah, the imagery that we know of for Super Mario didn't exist back then. Like it was there, but it wasn't like, oh, this is what Super Mario Bros. Has to look like. It's like no, this movie is an interpretation of how this could be, how this could look in the real world without being realistic. So it's like you got Yoshi. He's literally a fucking Velociraptor. It's like that's cool. Stupid, but it's cool. At least. Like it's interesting. It's an interesting take on like what the Mario Bros. Universe could look like. And then you have this most recent Super Mario Bros. Movie, which you could not do that in live action. Impossible. It had to have been CGI. There was no other way. And it confuses me why video game movie adaptations don't take that route because I think that's like the easiest thing in the world. Just like they're already cartoons, just make a cartoon. Like why does it have to be live action? That's kind of just my main obstacle. It's like why would you do it? Why would you even put them in the real world in the first place? Like what's interesting about the real world that it's the juxtaposition of this cartoon character in a realistic setting, like, but it's boring. That's like the whole problem with Sonic 1. He's like in a car the entire time. This sucks. There's nothing fun about this. Like there's nothing that you can improve off of this formula. Like why? And I'm going to bring this up multiple times, but that aspect of the first Sonic movie kind of like cripples the potential of future movies just because of the setting. It's like because the Sonic movies take place in the real world, the future movies either can only be so good or you're going to have to put a metric fuck ton of extra effort to make these movies good that you wouldn't need to do if they were just like CGI movies, you know? So that's kind of just my main disagreement with trying to translate video games in the movie because like you can't improve off of it. Like it's kind of been proven that you will never this podcast is going to age horrendously if I'm wrong. I'll be glad if I'm wrong, but I will make this statement right now. There will never, never in the history of mankind be a movie that's better than a video game. Never. It's not going to happen. And I hope I'm wrong. I hope I look like a jackass by doing this fucking podcast.
Um,
I'm cashing in my reverse karma.
can that be a little bit subjective though? Because
Never.
well,
But yes, obviously.
but all right. So
Yes, it's subjective still, but like.
let me just give a specific example and what I'm referring to. Um, the Arcane series with League of Legends.
Mm-hmm.
The Arcane series, I think, was done so well that even if you're not a fan of the League of Legends games, you can still watch and enjoy that series in its entirety. I think the story was written fantastic and the art was incredible. The pacing, all of it was really, really good. And even the soundtrack was fantastic. And because of that, I think that the Arcane series in itself was something that by far could exceed what someone who maybe doesn't like MOBAs would experience, you know? So and maybe someone who does like MOBAs, but then they like the main series more, or this or the way that they told the stories, they connected with it much more. Personally, I've liked MOBAs, God, since 2010. You know, like so it's like that's around the time I got into League of Legends,
Mm-hmm.
and I've played it, just, for the last 14 years on and off. But um, I feel like the Arcane series in itself definitely is better. It for me to enjoy, as a product. Um, there are other MOBAs that I like more. Like, if you do a Pokemon, the Pokemon Unite, but that's Pokemon. It's no longer the MOBA itself is a different thing. But as a series in itself, just the League of Legends, TM, I think Arcane, it's much more enjoyable for me. The world it paints, all of it. And Arcane is just one example. They also have that Blade Runner, that video game Blade uh
Cyberpunk.
not Blade Runner. Cyberpunk, thank you. The Cyberpunk the game, I couldn't get into that game no matter how hard I tried, even after the patches and everything. I tried, I played it for so long, beat the game and everything. I just couldn't. But then the series came out and it painted such a well created, vivid image that now I can go into the game with that world set in mind and really feel like I'm getting much more out of the game now because of the world that was painted for me in the series itself. So for that reason, I say it can be slightly subjective. And then also to caveat off of that, these are series, not movies.
Yeah, that's what
So
I
that
was
doesn't
gonna
nec-
mention.
so that doesn't, really, go into that. But I'm saying like the possibility is there. That's what I'm trying to say. The possibility is
Yeah.
there.
Okay. Even though I did say never multiple times, I initially said in the beginning that it's not impossible.
Yeah.
It's just the effort to make it work is not worth it. Like it's just
Yeah.
isn't. Like is Arcane is a great example because like I don't play League. I have zero interest in playing League. I don't give a single solitary damn about League of Legends.
Yeah.
I'm moderately interested in Arcane as an animation series because they obviously put a metric fuck ton of effort in that series. Like just
They
looking at it.
really
I
did.
don't know anything about the story. I know it's just vaguely about Jinx, and like I don't know a damn thing about the world of League of Legends, but like they. That's like one of the best animated series in existence currently. And it's like, well, yeah,
Yeah, it's really, really good.
of course it looks fantastic. Like
Yeah.
they put a metric fuck ton of effort into that series. Now, would you be able to say the same thing if Arcane wasn't live action though?
Mm,
It's a trick question. It's like impossible to answer because we don't have a live action
yeah, we don't have.
League of Legends
Yeah.
game. But like, I seriously doubt that. Like,
But they did that with what's that Fallout? Now I didn't watch the Fallout series, so I can't put my opinion. But from what I have heard, people absolutely loved it and it was a major hit and people can't wait for the next season, which apparently is coming out and stuff
mhm.
like that. But I personally don't care enough about it to because I never really got into the game, so I never really cared for the series. So
And
I can't say.
yeah, and
But
that
it
falls
is a
in.
live action.
Yeah, and that falls into the category of it's adapting something that doesn't have a lot of story to begin with. Like Fallout is a you go into the world and you do whatever the fuck you want game. So like, of course, making a TV show about going out in the world and doing whatever the fuck you want would be pretty easy.
Another one is like you mentioned earlier, The Last of Us, but like you also mentioned, basically it's just a real world human setting just with zombies. So
Yeah,
yeah,
You
basically.
guys
and
remember
like
the Borderlands movie?
no,
No,
Good.
didn't watch it. Don't care.
you remember the Dragon Ball Evolutions movie?
I mean, that's
I wish
animated.
I
Live action's a
wish I
whole
forget.
separate thing.
What a
We
horrible.
can resurrect Jeff.
Anyways, we don't need to remember
Yeah.
that. But yeah, to answer your question, Timmy, sorry we went on a tangent. Basically for me, it's the writers. um so many times, and you could even find interviews about this. People ask the directors, why are you making it this way? And their simple answer is because I want to make it unique. I want to make it my way. A writer or a director, they want to leave their imprint in the world. They don't care to respect the art, the media, its origin. They just want to leave their imprint. They want their name to be remembered. So you will come across so many projects that had the resources, had the potential, that were squandered because the director wanted to leave his mark on it. And they were like, yeah, I'm going to create this thing. And everyone's like, oh my God, yes, finally. And then they say, yeah, but I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to completely reimagine it. They come up with some stupid fucking word to go to tag on it. Like, it's a reimagination, and you're just like, I don't fucking want a reimagination. I want the fucking original thing. And then the artist is like, yeah, but it's already told, so we need to do something to keep the audience captivated. Captivate me with the fucking original series. That's what I want. That's why I'm paying you to watch this shit, not for your reimagination. It's like paying for someone's fucking fan art. Like, I want the actual thing. Like, what the hell? So the thing is, you gotta, like, the people that are responsible for this, they don't care to respect the art and give it to us in its origin, because to them it doesn't allow them the opportunity to stand out. And that is unfortunate, but it is very true. It does happen, and because of that, it does limit the direction of what at least most things you want to see come out to be.
And you know what? The thing is, I agree with him. I agree with him 100%. Because, like, this is all still art, ultimately.
Yeah.
And not only that, but this is also, like, an already existing IP. These people didn't create Sonic. They have no history of, like, the development of Sonic the Hedgehog, the character of the series, or anything like that. So, right off the bat, just the simple fact that you're making a thing based off a thing that you didn't create, it's like, yeah, you kind of gotta put your own spin on it to make it yours. Or that's kind of what we all as artists want to do. Is like we want to take our favorite things. We don't want to make the original material just over again. That's what Sega's for. That's what Sonic Team is for. They're the ones who's making that stuff. So it's like I want to show you guys what I love about the series, and highlight the things in my own way on what I like about the series. The problem is, though, is that none of that matters if it sucks. And
But then you got to remember, though, that they have to target the current audience. And a lot of times, what we like about something doesn't target the major audience. Therefore, they can't tailor it to us. They can't. And if it sucks, it has to suck. Because only when it sucks does it tailor the majority audience, which means they make the most money, regardless of the product. And that's the reality we live in now.
I'm not gonna lie. I think that's like, I guess, like, to go to my question, like, I think that's one of the major things that holds, like, specifically video game adaptations back, is the fact that, like, they know they can't just, or they feel like they can't just make a movie for fans of the games, because what they usually like doing when they're making adaptations is, let's present the lore or the premise of these games in a way where people who have never played these games before or don't know what it is, they'll watch it and they'll be like, oh, that's interesting. And then they'll keep, like, if they make more movies, they'll watch it, or they might be encouraged to play the games. That's the case with Sonic. That's the case with, like, most things. But it's like, for that reason, when people are like, "Oh, when are they going to put this thing or this thing from the games in?" It's like they can only put so much, because they have to go through what, like, over 30 years of
Mhm.
content in distill it into movies, which is more, like, less amount of time to establish things, like, just less content that you can have for all that. But you don't have this problem with, like, when they make anime movies, because they, like, when they make anime movies, it's kind of like a supplementary material to the show or whatever. Like, they kind of assume that the people watching it have watched the anime, and just in case they introduce a little bit of the main concepts. But yeah.
but the whole, like, catering to a certain audience, like, I call bullshit on that, because, like, you are already just by the outset of you deciding I want to make a Sonic the Hedgehog movie, you already fucked up. You already
Yeah.
fucked up because like
Yeah.
this isn't because like
Yeah.
because like I would say like if you said this about like say Looney Tunes, right? Like I think about this all the time because there's always the statement of like, oh, it's a kids movie. It's a movie for kids. Like of course you don't like it. It's not made for you. It's like, nah, screw you, dude. This character has existed for 30 years, my entire life. This movie, just by being a Sonic movie, is catering to me. This movie, like kids are not going to see this movie. I'm going to see this movie.
Especially not kids who have never heard of and engaged with Sonic before.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, especially
But a
kids
lot
who
of
never
kids,
get
but
to
that's
Sonic before.
but the thing is, kids still know of Sonic. They may not have seen or experienced how we have, but they have heard of it.
Yeah.
Even when we went
They're
to the movie theater, there were kids next to us that honestly, some of them knew the lore better than I did, like just by listening to them. So like I'm over here sitting like they're like the young generation is involved in some way. Not all of them, of course, but it is involved in some way. But regardless, you're trying to create a cute cartoon character
mm-hmm.
and you're trying to create it in a way that interests and feels safe enough for the younger audience, and you're doing it in a way where the parents have to approve for their kids to watch it. So that's why when you put this out there, you have to cater to that audience because that's who you're selling to. Yeah, you're going to sell to the main core audience, and 99% of them are going to go watch it, but then you have this young audience that you want to put onto this too, and it'll only happen with the approval of parents and with the desire of the kids. So you got to make it into something that they like, and if you have to adjust some things or tweak some things or whatever it is just to make it so that it fits everyone, that's what they're going to do. But the key is to fit everyone, not just the
But here's the
people that like
thing.
something the most.
Some like a thing that like kind of we artists have to learn is that you know what? Not even an artist thing. This is just a general life thing. You can't appeal to everybody. You're never
No.
gonna get everyone. And even if we're talking about like corporate douchebags who just want to make money, like they need to learn that too. Like that's like their number one goal. Is like we got to get everybody. We have to get the widest net to get as many people to watch this movie. You're not gonna do it. You're especially not gonna do it for a Sonic movie. And like there are so many caveats to like how these things happen. It's like these kids are watching the Sonic movie because their parents who got into Sonic brought them to see the children are not going to buy tickets to see a Sonic movie. Parents are going to buy tickets to let their kids see a Sonic movie. And everything about like changing the series so it's like consumable for kids, that would make sense if we're talking about like something that's like already rated T or like a GTA movie or something like that. But this is Sonic. What about Sonic the Hedgehog isn't already kid friendly? Like
Um,
that's the thing. Like
like
Sonic.
I never considered Sonic to be kid friendly. And that's honestly one of my biggest problems with Sonic the Movie 3. I never, growing up, considered Sonic to be this friendly character that is depicted in these movies, or even in Sonic X. For me, Sonic was never meant to be an innocent series, ever. If you just even like take a second to look back and fucking fighting these robots with bombs and shootings and everything like that. At the very least, rated fucking teen. At the very least, because of all the graphic stuff that goes into it. Now, when they went into the Sega, it changed a little, but even then, or not Sega, fucking Dreamcast, but even then, it was very, very, very violent. And the Sonic's character in any video game that I've played never seemed like this fluffy, happy-go, like idiot character. Like it reminds me of like Goku when he's just not fighting. Like I fucking hate it.
Well,
I
that's the
really
thing.
do.
It's like why do things tailored to children? I don't know if you can hear the air quotes, but like tailored to children have to be happy, smiley, colorful bullshit. You know, like
Because that's what parents feel is safe for their kids, and that's why they do it. Because that's how they're gonna make the parents be like, Did they curse? No? Okay, then that's maybe okay to watch for the kids.
I mean,
You
there's
know?
stuff for kids that like engage with like dark themes though, and I feel like that's important for kids to have.
Yeah, but
I,
when it comes to the movie industry, again, it's all about money. And so, and the thing is, I don't like it. I'm not saying I agree with it or that I support it or anything. I'm just saying, like, the reality is it's all about money. And if they could honestly just strip all of the whatever's that could limit that, they will, and they have, and they completely twist and turn something into something totally different. You know? So it's unfortunate, but it does happen. And maybe not with every movie, not with every series, and to the extent for the same for all of them. But it does happen. And that's a very unfortunate thing. And for me, that's honestly, like I said, one of the things that have made it really, really hard for me to enjoy any of these Sonic movies is the depiction of Sonic, his character. I don't like it at all. Like,
I mean,
this
before I get
isn't
to
the
that
Sonic
though,
I grew up with.
yeah, but before we get to that though, it's like I feel like this is a strange argument you make because like you're saying this to someone who literally was born the week before Sonic One and grew up with this franchise as a child, and
Yeah.
then grew up to watch these movies. It's like
Yeah, but things have changed a lot since back in the day. Like my mom freaking they let me fucking see all types of crazy shit back in the day. Now fucking parents are strict as shit. Everything's changed, man. Now there's the ratings are set in place now. They matter. You can't even go into certain movie theaters, or to watch a movie. Like at the Galleria Mall, you can't even be at the Galleria Mall past like 4 o'clock unless you have an adult with you. Like there has been very like, and even like for example, wrestling. Like there's this huge debate right now because the community is very divided because of a lot of the older generation fans liked the hardcore violence, and they have essentially stripped it down to like the PG era. It even has a name for it. It's called the PG era. And like they've now that Triple H is in charge, he's been trying to turn it like into something more that fits all groups, not just kids. And they are now doing this thing where they're going to transition into Netflix. And there was rumors that they were going to go back to rated R, and everyone lost their fucking minds, excited about it. And kids don't fucking know. Kids are just like, I don't know, I like wrestling. But the adults are like, yeah, fucking blood and all that shit. And then Tony Khan, the president, was just like, that's not gonna fucking happen. We're staying PG. I don't know where you guys heard that rumor from, but we're staying PG. We have an audience we have to satisfy, and that's the kids. And if the parents don't fucking like it, by parents they mean moms, then that's not gonna fucking happen. So that's why even going into Netflix, it's gonna stay rated PG, and a lot of people are very upset about that. So it's not a me thing. This is just that's how the industry is right now. It's all about the wider audience.
but the thing I gotta catch you on is that like you would be hard pressed to find blood in Sonic anywhere.
Yeah,
Like
Yeah.
that already kind of just doesn't happen in Sonic. Characters have been killed. Characters have been shot on screen. People have taken bullets. You, as Shadow the Hedgehog, can shoot people. There's no blood.
Yeah.
Like that's why I find this so strange. Like Sonic, like this isn't. I know it's not like super cutesy bullshit like kid friendly, but it's like
Well, I
you're
didn't
never gonna
say I
find
want
anything
Sonic to be rated
problematic in a
R.
Sonic game
Yeah,
at
but
all.
I never said I wanted to be rated R. I'm just saying I didn't want him to be a fucking pansy either. That's what I'm saying. Like I I wanted him to be just I don't I'm trying to think of a character to compare him to. I can't off the top of my head.
Well,
But
you don't have to because like that kind of feeds into the point that we're both making is that like this started when we were talking about how like artists and the people directing these movies and writing these movies have to make like changes to put their own spin on it, and like part of that includes like how Sonic is portrayed. Like my main issue isn't like the characters; it's mostly the setting, but that also feeds into it too. Like Sonic has to change to fit my style of movie, to fit the style of movies that I'm making, and I also agree that I don't completely drive with this version of Sonic because he's very unlike who Sonic is as a character. Um, but I think in terms of like if the goal is we have to make this character appropriate for children, it's fine. There was nothing wrong with the original Sonic, but I guess this isn't too far of a departure to like say that you didn't accomplish that goal. Whatever. I just wish he was more like his. I wish the goal was still like let's keep Sonic cool instead of hey guys, I'm Sonic. I'm your friendly neighborhood. Like no, like
Exactly. Yeah.
It doesn't help that right now there's like a huge discourse over how Sonic is portrayed in all the different things he's in now.
Yeah. But that's exactly my point. And now, again, I'm not saying that I disagree with the direction that
oh no,
they're.
we agree.
I'm saying that in a personal on a personal level, I don't like the way that they are portraying Sonic. Because in my mind, growing
Mm-hmm.
up, I always saw Sonic as a cool character, not whatever the fuck he is right now, you know? And so that's why I have a hard time enjoying the movie series, watching him. And even like the puns and the little jokes that they say, I know they're funny and I like those little
Konnichiwa?
yeah, like shit like that, like I get it. I get the movie setting. I get the world. I get it, I get everything we just talked about. I get it. But I don't like it.
I
Okay,
mean, that's
hold on.
fair.
Mini question. Mini question, real quick. Does any part of your I'll just call it disdain for the third movie have to do with it taking place in Tokyo?
Well, really quickly, really quickly. The very first thing I said that the thing I liked the most about the movie was Shadow was because Shadow was basically what they did with Shadow what I hoped they did
Mm-hmm.
with Sonic, which was portray him in the correct light of what my interpretation of him should have been, and that was like a personal thing for me, and I was just really happy about that, and to me that's why it saved the movie for me overall. But in terms of Sonic, I don't like it. But I digress on that point. In regards to the Tokyo thing, I didn't care so much about the Tokyo setting. That's fine. It didn't bother me at all. What did bother me is that they're in fucking Tokyo and 95% of the fucking cast there was not Japanese. And I'm just like, what the hell? Like I was
Isn't
like
it just
looking
like
at
some kids?
no, there was some adults, but like when they show the scene that go into the restaurant, like the people sitting there, it was like an American woman, an American man. The truck that they ran into, it was a white man driving that truck in Tokyo. And I'm just like, what the fuck? What is what is up with this cast right now? Like they set the tone of it being in Tokyo, and I've yet to see a Japanese person in this movie. And like the one person that was speaking a different language that was Asian looking was Chinese. I'm just like, what the fuck? Like Mike, I don't know if you saw me, but I literally threw my hands in the air. Like, what is happening? Like, is this Tokyo or like
I,
Chinatown? Like,
I
what
saw
is
the
going on
gesture.
right
I didn't
now?
know what it was
I
for.
was like, what is?
It's
I
like, what
was like,
happened?
what is
What is
happening? Like,
this?
You know what's the
like,
crazy thing too? Like these movies, like there's a lot of scenes where they just like travel around like the country or the globe or whatever, and like they don't even try to make that particularly interesting because I think like there's ways to make even like locations in the real world interesting for Sonic. Like that's literally how the adventure movies or the adventure games work. Where it's like, let's take San Francisco and I forgot which location they were inspired by to make Station Square or whatever, but like the location, some of the locations in the adventure games were based off of real life places. So like
mm,
it's weird that they don't tap into that for the movies too.
yeah, and I didn't mind that they, like I said, I didn't mind that they went to Tokyo. I actually really liked it, and they showed some cool scenes. But I kind of felt slightly insulted. Like they're not gonna realize that they're not Asian. And I'm just like, I am watching this, Like maybe it's a stupid detail to notice, but it, personally, it was something that rubbed me off the wrong way. Um, But again, I don't want to paint the picture in your guys' head that I hated the movie or anything like that. There were just some stuff like that
Oh yeah.
that I noticed that rubbed me off the wrong way, And my biggest problem with the movie itself has nothing really to do with the movie, and it has more to do with the character portrayal of Sonic himself. Um, and that's why I can't rate the movies negatively, because it wouldn't be fair to the movie series if I give it a shit review based on the fact that they didn't make Sonic the way I like him. That's stupid. They got to do what they got to do. So, and it's not a terrible Sonic representation. It's just not the way I envision him to be.
Yeah, that's fair. And I agree to an extent. Um, Actually, not even to an extent. I agree, just in general, because like, it's not even just Sonic for me. And well, okay, I guess I'll try to clarify. For Sonic, I of course I don't like this version of Sonic, but I think for these movies, it's whatever. Like he's not so far off of who he is from the, and you know what? There is one aspect that I do appreciate about this version of Sonic is that um, he is very far from a perfect character. He is a very flawed character in these movies, and you kind of need flawed characters for like these action movies to be interesting. Because Sonic is kind of a messiah in the games and in the comics and stuff, and like that would kind of suck if you made a bunch of movies about this god character who can't do wrong ever. Like it wouldn't work.
Like it works for the games, but like when you're trying to like intricate stories and stuff, it gets a little messy.
Yeah. Um, there are other issues that I have with certain characters. I'll start with the exception because he's like the only exception, and that's Knuckles. I think Knuckles is probably the best example of a character that's very different from his original counterpart. And I wouldn't say better, but it's like a very good different. Like, he's not just dumb, he is like very an alien. Like, yeah, of course he wouldn't know this shit. He's not from here. He doesn't know the damn culture. He's like of course he's not dim-witted. He's not an idiot. He's just the same. He's a fish out of water in this place, even more so than Sonic is, and he hasn't had the time to really adapt and learn the culture or anything like that. So like Knuckles is kind of just like that nice little middle ground of like what he is now, where they just kind of portray him as this complete moron. Where it's like early, it's not that he's stupid; it's just that he's naive and gullible because he doesn't know any better. He's like this sheltered character who's lived on this island his whole life and never had any social interaction whatsoever. And it's like, okay, cool. They even made him like this weird tribal like warrior man. I think Knuckles is pretty cool in these movies, and especially in Sonic 3, where strangely enough, of all people, Knuckles is kind of the ultimate voice of reason in Sonic 3.
Yeah,
And it's like,
Yeah.
yeah.
huh, yeah, they put some respect on my boy. Wow.
Yeah, he's
I
the
don't know.
comedy relief that makes sense.
And yeah, and he's still funny. And he's still the comedic relief. Like, this is probably the most well-rounded Knuckles that we ever got. I don't know about giving away the Master Emerald. That's neither here or there. But
I originally had an issue with Knuckles because I thought that his transformation from like his resolve to just kind of like, yeah, whatever you say, Sonic attitude was a little too quick for me. Or at least a little unreasonable. Like, yeah, sure, okay, agree with Sonic to an extent, but still, you still uphold your ways of being and believing, and to an extent, that's who you are or should be. So that's kind of where I was originally with that until I found out that there was actually a sub-series that starred Knuckle and his adventures on Earth, and it kind of explains how he was able to more reliantly trust in humans and become more open to humans and therefore do his part to try to blend in. And that really saved the Knuckles characters for me. If it wasn't for that, I would have been like, what the fuck?
starred in quotations. I did not watch the Knuckles series because the Knuckles series is actually just Wade and Knuckles. So like,
Neither have I.
yeah, no thanks. I have no interest. So,
I
uh,
didn't watch it either. I looked into it and I saw about it and it explained about that. I just needed there to be some kind of context into where this transition happened. Is what I'm saying. I'm glad to see that there was something. It wasn't just like, no, I've been in this place for fucking 100 years and this is what I believe in, and then in a span of 40 minutes I'm going to completely change everything and give in to everything everyone else tells me. Like it was a little for me. But with this context, I feel more comfortable with the idea.
yeah. Um, the other character, um, I mean, there's no more really exceptions, really. Like, obviously, the only other exception is Shadow, but like that's a pretty easy. Like, I don't have to explain why Shadow is pretty fucking amazing in these movies, but or in this movie because he's only in the one movie. But everyone else, there's always something off about everyone else. Tails, like, you know what?
No,
It,
no, Tails is the most perfect character for me.
well, okay,
I
so here's
think
the
the
thing.
portrayal of
I
Tails
don't
is
have
the
an
best
issue
in
with
the series.
Tails on a moment to moment basis. Like, as the movie is happening and the character that he portrays himself to be, like, that's fine. His origin in Sonic 2 is
Yeah.
gross. Like, I don't know if that would qualify as a character assassination, but I think that's pretty close to a character assassination. Besides the fact that, like, personality wise and in terms of his behavior, he's still very faithful to Tails. But I hate, like, I can't get over it. I still can't. I still just hate how he was introduced into this movie.
Honestly, I don't even remember, and I think that was one of my biggest complaints about Tails.
I'll
As
get
a
back to
character,
that.
as a character, I really like Sonic in this series. It's one of the saving graces, but the whole I've been watching you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've been watching you for over 14 years from outer space.
That's kind of the what?
Since you were a baby. Like, what? Weren't you not born yet? Mm-hmm.
I thought it was after he did the whole running thing in the first movie. Like he ran at the baseball field.
It doesn't make it any better.
It wasn't like all those years, but it was like a decently long time.
Yeah.
uh,
I don't remember but it's just I don't know. His origin story was a little odd for me, but I mean that's fine. It's just
and I was hoping that Tails would have some kind of SA1 moment where, like, well, okay, I guess that's the thing. Like, Tails doesn't really have his story arc of, like, becoming independent of Sonic because like he's kind of just a sidekick in these movies, and like, yeah, he's super faithful, but he doesn't really have anywhere to go.
Because to me, I think like Tails' arc in terms of like the entire narrative of the games, like going from the Sonic to the game to Adventure, was like he started out just being like a sidekick in the sense where he was like this tag along kid. They didn't really play up into his genius yet. He was just like he was able to keep up with Sonic, and also he could fly. So those were like little quirks that he had, but like he was ultimately just the kid that went along with him. And then eventually they go into like, oh, he actually is pretty smart. Like obviously he knew how to mess with stuff like the tornado, but eventually he starts building his own stuff. And then the arc continued into Adventure 2 where like he became like the intellectual rival of Eggman, who was like the main antagonist, which was like a big step. Like that's where his character like cultivated after Sonic apparently died, and that's why that moment where the two of them go head to head had so much weight, I guess,
Yeah,
because it's that journey of being just like literally just the kid character to being like a genius, which I feel like because we spent so much time like with him just being like the guy who builds stuff, that sort of arc in understanding where he started out was kind of lost to people in general, which kind of sucks. Because he used to not be the like mechanics guy and all that.
Yeah, he only started being that arguably in SA2.
Yeah.
Because, like, the tornado is still Sonic's plane. So, like, it's not like Tails built it. He just modified. Well, first he fucked up Sonic's plane. First he exploded the tornado, and then he built a new tornado eventually. But, like, he didn't really start, like it all started with the fake cast. Everyone's like, yeah, I can make shit. Like, okay, cool. But, like, Tails in these movies, his entire, like, yeah, I idolize this guy, and, I don't think I'm good enough to be his best friend, and Sonic's like, you're my best friend. That kind of all just, like, began and ended with Sonic 2.
What are you guys' opinion in regards to the tornado? I mean, they're gonna introduce it at some point, I'm pretty sure, but I genuinely feel like they're gonna immediately destroy it, and
In
then
the
they're gonna
movies?
rebuild.
We
Yeah,
we already passed
and then
that.
they're
Yeah, it's in the movie.
no, but I mean, like they're good. What I'm saying, they're gonna rebuild it into like freaking something like a modern spacecraft.
I think
Nah.
I think we passed that already. Because, like, the
I
plane.
I hope so.
Because, like, the plane in Sonic 2 was just a random plane that they hijacked. But, like, in the trailers, because we don't have that context, we kind of just assumed that it was the tornado, but
There
it
was
wasn't.
that, yeah,
So it's like,
yeah,
why? Like, what the
yeah.
fuck? That's the type of shit that pisses me off about these movies more than anything. Like, there's so many things that look like it's imagery from something else, but it's not. It just so happens to be, like, in Sonic 3. There is a shot. It pisses me off to no end. There's a shot where Tails flushes out the crab bot from the sewers, and it's literally the perfect chaos scene. And it's like, you motherfuckers. They did it in Sonic 2 with the fucking water popping out of the manholes and shit. It's like, why do they make it look like that we're going into SA1 territory with perfect chaos about to flood the fucking city? But it's not. Like, it's just imagery for imagery's sake. Like empty references. I hate it. I hate it when they do that shit. Fucking. But also, the big one, Jim Carrey's Eggman. Like, I'm gonna say a thing. I love Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey's my hero. That's, like, one of the biggest reasons why I even agreed to watch these movies, is because Sonic and Jim Carrey are, like, my favorite 90s things. And them being in the same, like, atmosphere is, like, amazing to me. Jim Carrey's a fantastic actor. He 100% carried these movies. That's why that's his name. I don't think that he is a very good Eggman. He is a very good hypothetical nameless antagonist to a Sonic the Hedgehog, but not particularly a Dr. Robotnik.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily need him to go whole ham like he needs to be Dr. Eggman. He needs to be the Robotnik we always knew that he could be. Like, having
But
silly Jim Carrey bullshit, like, we also kind of need that.
but you see, that's kind of like going back to what I was saying. Now, I know I kind of really harped on Sonic specifically, and it is true. Sonic is the main reason, but yeah, it's the overall feeling you get in the cast based on how they portray characters
Yeah,
that
something's off with
changes the
everybody.
yeah that changes the feeling. And again, I can't really put it into words on what I'm expecting, but for me, like just off the very top of my head, the imagery I'm thinking for when I think of Dr. Robotnik in terms of a character is Giovanni from Pokemon in like the animated series. And Giovanni really played a mysterious character. That's not what I'm referring to, but like the mastermind or the mastermind like evildoer that just kind of like controlled everything. But just in a more active role. That's the imagery I always got from like Eggman, I never got like a comedic relief. Like, yeah, like shit would blow up and he'd be like, ah, like whatever. But I never got like a comedic relief type of character off of Eggman. So I'm glad with Jim Carrey. I agree with you on that, but it's not the what I was expecting when it came to that. So you got a villain who doesn't really fit the role in your mind that you're thinking. You got your hero that's, doesn't really fit the role in your mind that you're thinking. And the lines that they're making them say are just the most crawl under a rock cringe things you could fucking find on earth. I'm over here just like, man, this is really hard to just push through, so at that point I just kind of gave up on really viewing this movie as like a full like Sonic experience, and now it's just like it's a blue character, or like it's an alternate version of an alternate universe of like Sonic. That's and just enjoy the movie for what it is. It's just a movie with some version of Sonic, and just enjoy that.
Yeah, like I think I can try to help you pinpoint it because it seems like for all of these characters, they are portrayed like 80% super accurate, and then there's that last 20% that's just off. And with like Jim Carrey's Robotnik, I think that could be like broken down to, because maybe this wouldn't be like along with your idea of Dr. Eggman, but for like my idea of Dr. Eggman, the thing that Jim Carrey nails about his character is that he is a guy who is evil and loves being evil and loves his robots. And it's like,
Yeah.
if that was all there was to the character, it'd be fine. But it's Jim Carrey. He has to go. He has to turn it up to 11. So like,
Yeah.
it goes a bit too far, and it's like, okay, this is weird. I mean, it's Jim Carrey. Like this is the shit,
Yeah,
shit we love
you
about Jim
gotta,
Carrey. So I'm not
gotta
mad.
take it.
It's just that like if it
Yeah.
was someone else and if it wasn't Jim Carrey and they nailed that part of Eggman, it would be perfect. So it's like it's always some aspect that goes a little bit too in one direction. So like I guess in Sonic's case, Ben Schwartz's idea of Sonic that he keeps like repeating over and over is that like in the first movie he's supposed to be like this excited little kid who's like excited about everything. He's super energetic and all that stuff. But weirdly enough, like Sonic has the opposite problem where he's in a movie in a plot that doesn't let him do that. Where like, oh, my legs are broken, I can't fucking run. Can you give me a ride to San Francisco? But he's supposed to be the super excitable kid that wants to do stuff, but he can't do shit. It's like, what the fuck? Like, why?
I will forgive Sonic's transgressions if they just do one thing for me. Add add like a little Easter egg for me at every time he completes a mission, beats the bad guy, whatever it is. Every time he completes something, and they even use the music in the movie, which I'm really happy about.
Oh my god,
Just
finally.
have him do the pose. That's all. That's that's all I want. If you do
No, he's
that
got
for
a
me,
floss.
if
No,
they
he's
do
got
that for
flaws.
me, I'll be happy.
No.
If he does like the two fingers over the eyes, just kind of like, haha, did it,
No,
kind of thing,
no, the kids
I'll
aren't
be
gonna
so
recognize
happy.
that. He has to do the
But
Fortnite
but
dance.
that's all I want, man. That's all I want,
He's
man.
got a
Just do
floss, man.
that for me, man.
Uh,
Just do that for me, and 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 I'll be happy. But yeah, like, but they do the floss, and I'm like, you making Sonic do a floss? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Like, and that's what I'm
it's for the
saying.
kids, though. This is a kid-friendly
That's what
movie.
we just had this discussion about.
and that's what I'm saying. That's what you get when you try to make kid-friendly something that's already kid-friendly.
I
It's
fucking
like
hate it,
we were
man.
already there. You went too far. You're trying to make something that's already like perfectly fine for kids for these Zoomers. You're supposed to be appealing to me.
I
Person
know,
been
right?
spending all this money on the fucking video games and following the franchise for my entire life. I
Yeah,
don't give a damn about flossing.
it's so frustrating. Oh my goodness. But like that, it is what it is, and like I said, I can't get angry. I understand why. I know the business and all, but like, could you imagine? Like, imagine like they make a Kingdom Hearts movie, and after he wins, they make him do the floss
I
dance.
swear to
Imagine them making Sora do the floss dance. I would fucking sue.
Would you sue
Like,
Disney? You're not going to win.
I take a loss for that, but I'm still doing it. Cause like, what the absolute fuck, man? What?
I can't even think about what I would do if Disney announced a fucking Kingdom Hearts live action movie. I would be so pissed. Like, fuming.
I
Um,
don't think there's a single character that could play him, but I guarantee you they'll use Tom Holland.
Ew.
okay, so we barely got to these questions. We literally went one question each. Okay, um, I forgot what you asked. Did you? I think Timmy asked the question last.
Send it to me.
Yeah.
So now we're back to you, Jose. Your second question. An hour 50 minutes in.
I mean, that's good actually. I think we're doing much more progress than I thought we would, because I thought we would be in the very trenches of it all still. So,
Oh no, dude. That we just had like a 40-minute tangent, dude. Like,
I know, but I mean, that's one tangent compared to like the 30 we should have been by now.
dude, bruh.
Okay. My next question I have listed here. Lore to movie adaptation expectations. Not just one and two. I include three and obviously focus on three. Um, but with the context of what one and two has provided, how do you feel the and I'm not talking about subtle Easter eggs. I'm talking about like this is Sonic
I need y'all to go
and
first on this one. Oh,
I asked, so I can't go first.
Timmy, please.
Um, I don't know. I guess in terms of lore, like consistently for the three movies, it was just like as long as they understand the point of whatever they're introducing or putting in for these movies, I was fine with whatever, which sometimes they do, and a lot of times, like especially the crucial things, they don't, which is kind of upsetting.
Yeah. Well, do you feel like they targeted enough for you to feel satisfied, or are you just kind of accepting that this is the different world and that at least they're giving us Easter eggs, but you're not really expecting or committing to the idea that there should be more lore pieces into the series?
Because I'm. It's not like I'm expecting like a 1-to-1, just like seeing, oh, it's the games, just in a movie format. I'm not expecting that. Like,
Yeah,
I want these movies to do their own thing and tell their own plots
yeah,
based on like the foundations of the characters and the lore they come from. Like, movies can do their own thing, but it's like I said, if you're bringing in something from something else, before you do that transfer, you need to sit down and understand fundamentally why it works and why you would want to like adapt it,
yeah,
and then maybe you can think like how can you change it and stuff, because if you try changing stuff without understanding how it worked, it's like it's going to lead to some problems.
yeah. I agree, and that honestly, that caveats perfectly into my point. And maybe you guys agree with me, maybe you don't. That's perfectly fine. But as you said, it is so crucial to understand context, origin, and what it is you're trying to explain. Because I feel maybe twice, but for sure one time, that there were ideas they were trying to implement that, at least to me, came off as something totally different. And specifically, I'm gonna go into Shadow.
Okay.
Now, It's been a long time since I've played any of the Sonic games. But if I recall, you don't find out about Shadow until much later in the game. And when you do find out about him, it's kind of like this secret that's been hidden in like the Aztec temples or something like that. And like it's kind of like this mysterious thing to find, you know? And I thought that was one of the more exciting parts about Shadow was that kind of like Mew that was supposedly hidden under like that truck in the original Pokemon game and everyone's going crazy trying to figure out how. That's kind of how I felt at least when I first was introduced to like Shadow possibly being in the game.
What part of
And
Shadow are you talking about?
Yeah, which game and what part?
oh God. Like I said, it was
In his first
have
game, he was introduced like after the first boss.
I can't remember, but I remember that when they first, for me, when I was playing the game, when they first was introduced into Shadow, that it was like he was he was hidden somewhere, like locked somewhere, and we had to find him, and it was like in an Aztec location. I can't remember in full details. But I just remember the feeling. And the feeling was that he wasn't something that I was supposed to come across yet. And we had to kind of like look for him. And it reminded me of that, like the example that I was making about the Mew. Um,
I'm not sure
by
what
the way,
you're referring to.
which one, the Mew or the Shadow?
The Shadow thing.
Okay. Well, first of all, do you know what I'm talking about, the Mew thing?
I know about the Mew truck glitch, yeah,
Okay. All right.
but like
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
I don't
But
know what Shadow thing is like similar to that because
Yeah,
like in like Sonic Adventure 2, you have a choice between like Team Sonic, Team Dark, and like you can kind of just pick Team Dark right away if you wanted to, and then you'll be playing a Shadow within like.
but
no, I
like
didn't.
regardless of the story, like how he's like the dark story and the hero story, he's still introduced as like this mysterious guy because in the hero story, he's just this random dude who Sonic finds out like he's the reason why he's like being chased after a gun and stuff, and then immediately after they meet, he just completely like overpowers him,
More than
and he's
anything,
like,
he's on the box art. Like I don't know how you would miss that. Like
yeah,
I don't know what things Shadow is in where he's like not blatantly like
No, no,
a
we
part of the
knew what
game.
he looked like. It's not like he was a surprise.
just the
That's
way
not what
they
I
introduced him, I guess, is what you're
exactly.
talking
It's the
about,
way, yeah, I'm talking about
like
the way they
story
introduced him
wise.
in the story. Yeah, in the story. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. And again, I'm referring to a feeling. Like I mentioned, I haven't played this in a long time, so I don't really recall exactly how it went down. I'm
I'm
just
trying to
saying
help
that
you
the
piece it
feeling.
together. That's one. Yeah, like
uh,
I'm trying to help you get there.
It's too long, bro. I think I'm having some memory issues on my side. Don't worry about it. It's been a problem on my end. But anyways,
Okay.
like I said, it's the feeling portion that I'm talking about. That's when like when they in the game while I'm playing the game and they're talking about the shadow character and how I had to go find him and stuff like that. It was in an Aztec kind of location, and I remember feeling like, what the hell is this? Is this character? Is this now? Like, is this what I'm gonna do now?
Are you talking
And
about
like,
like when Eggman is going through the base trying to find what Project Shadow is?
it could be.
Because that's how the dark story like starts, I think.
Mm. But I was playing as Sonic. I wasn't playing as Shadow. So
So yeah, Joe brought it up. My other guess was gonna be you might be talking about like the back lore of Shadow's creation, where in Sonic 3, in Hidden Palace Zone, there's like a mural where it displays like Supersonic fighting the final like egg robot, and it's supposed to be like this weird prophecy from on Angel Island, where like it kind of predicts uh, Doomsday Zone and Supersonic and that final battle and all that stuff. In the
yeah,
lore, Gerald Robotnik actually went to Angel Island and found that mural, and essentially based his designs of Shadow based on the appearance of Supersonic, which is why Shadow's quills point upward. It's supposed to be
Didn't he
a
yeah,
also
nod to
yeah.
base
Supersonic.
or wait,
And
actually
yeah,
never mind.
well, I kind of know what you're going to ask. He also found the murals of Perfect Chaos in the Lost World in SA1, and he based the prototype, the Biolizard, off of Chaos, which is why they have the same roar.
Yeah, but the Vile Lizard it was never intended to be huge, though. I don't think.
No, that's why it fucked up.
So he just made it like a tiny chaos.
He took a regular lizard and it blew up into like this, like one of those like haha, put this capsule in some water and watch your dinosaur grow. Except it just became this monstrous thing that needed life support. So yeah, that does any of that sound familiar?
It does. The main thing I remember is that it was located in like in an Aztec location. That's pretty much as I can remember location wise. But regardless, that to me is very key in this specific situation because um, when I was mainly introduced into Shadow, that was like the imagery I got. The Aztec location. You got pyramids. You're in the woods. You're outside. You're exploring and stuff like that.
Yeah, it sounds
And
like Mystic
so,
Ruins. Yeah,
yeah.
I think you're thinking of
So
Lost World Zone.
yeah. So for that was like my interpretation of the introduction of Sonic, right? Or not Sonic, Shadow. And that really painted a picture of Shadow's mystery for me. And then you get to this movie, and again, you might not agree, but this literally felt like a one-to-one copy of Mewtwo Strikes Back. Like like Shadow was in this thing and there were scientists all working around it, and then he breaks out of it and kills all the scientists but one, and then they fucking join forces to take over the world, and it was literally fucking Sonic Strikes Back, or like fucking Mewtwo Strikes Back.
Yeah,
Like, and
Sonic
I
Strikes Back.
I know basically.
there
Like
is
that
a
was,
Shadow versus Mewtwo death battle, and they go over that, like how their
Yeah.
backstories are basically the same.
yeah. Yeah, and that, but the thing is that they did it in a movie,
Yeah,
the official Sonic live action movie. Like literally, it wasn't even in the lab with white coats. Like the only thing that was missing was for them to be based off on an island, and then that would have been it.
they
You
were
know.
based on an island. That was like the very first thing it showed Prison Island.
So like for me, I was just like watching this, and I'm looking around me like, does no one else see the resemblance?
Yeah, no, this is normal.
Like,
No, we knew.
and and like it was kind of driving me crazy because again my imagery of the introduction of Shadow, it's not, this isn't even the right location for him. Like he's supposed to be in an Aztec ruin hidden in like some fucking temple or pyramid, I should say. What is he doing in a fucking science tube? Like
Okay, yeah, I will set that straight. Uh, Pretty much almost everything about Shadow's introduction is accurate. The Aztec temple thing, that was from Sonic Adventure 1, and that was before Shadow was introduced. And, like, he wasn't even hinted at, or he wasn't even a sparkle in Yuji Naka's eye during that time. Like, in in SA2, when Shadow was actually introduced, he was in a capsule in the gun base on Prison Island, and the movie actually got that right. Like, we didn't get to see like a lot of Prison Island. We kind of just got saw the outside and
We
Shadow's
didn't get to
castle.
see it blow.
Yeah, and
wait,
like
so wait, this was an island?
yeah, it was an island in the movie
Oh, I did.
and in the
See,
games.
and I didn't get that when I watched the movie. It didn't feel like it was. I felt like it was like a corner of New York or Tokyo. Like
I'm
it
not gonna
didn't even
lie,
feel like it.
I was a little afraid that like you were falling asleep because you're saying that you were tired from all the PowerPoints and shit, and you were resting your eyes before the movie. But we thought you fell asleep, so I don't even know if you caught that. But like,
No, no. I mean, unless maybe I don't know, but
yeah,
I
but the,
was watching the full movie. But like, there were times that my eyes were kind of, but it was like much later. It wasn't towards like the beginning or anything. So I should have been able to catch anything of that
yeah,
part
it did
very
happen kind
easily.
of fast. Yeah, like the first scene was like it showed Prison Island from a distance and then zoomed in like to the inside of the base pretty quickly, and it went straight to like Shadow's capsule and all that stuff. Like the only
Mhm.
difference is that Eggman isn't the one waking him up. He's kind of waking up on his own. but like they did get that part right. Like he was supposed to be in a gun base on Prison Island, and yeah,
So okay, to be fair, to be fair, I still like the introduction I got from Shadow from the location much
yeah.
more. And that whether that was it or not, that's fine. But now I have to come into grasp that that Shadow was never really introduced in that way, and that he was actually introduced the exact same way that Mewtwo was. And that kind of fucks
Almost.
up the whole imagery of Shadow as a character.
Yeah, no, like I won't take that part away from you. Like the actual like imagery of Shadow's awakening in the movie is very Mewtwo Strikes Back like, and it wasn't like that in the game. It's like, yeah, I can still give that to you, but the whole Aztec temple thing, like, yeah, that didn't happen. I'm
Well,
That
sorry.
sounds
that's
more like a
terrible.
chaos thing.
I feel dirty now. I feel like I like a I like a counterfeit.
A
That's
faker, if
terrible.
you will.
Yeah, yeah.
uh,
Oh, that's terrible. Oh my goodness. Anyways, um, I don't
but
know,
yeah,
but yeah,
either way.
that was one scene, and then the other one was maybe you guys caught it, maybe not. When they were in the Death Star, basically,
Mm-hmm.
and then the Dr. Robotnik was falling, and then like his grandfather was standing over him, and it was kind of like that Star Wars scene, like Luke, I'm your father kind of scene.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was really, really funny that they were kind of doing that, but then they didn't do that, and I was kind of disappointed about that. But like that was I don't know if that's what they were going for, if they were going for a Star Wars reference there, but I feel like it was like really heavily insinuated. They might have actually even mentioned like a death ray or something like that, like a Death Star in the actual movie. I can't remember, but I feel like they did mention it specifically, and
Yeah,
that's
so.
it kind of feels like copying off of like other products.
Yeah. There's a lot of that in the Sonic franchise. There was the Death Egg, which didn't show up in these movies, unfortunately. But yeah, that was a thing. The Death Egg is literally just a Death Star with a giant mustache. And that was a very blatant, like, Star Wars ripoff thing that.
It didn't function like the Death Star, but it deliberately looks like it. The Eclipse kind of works like the Death Star.
Well, it didn't function at all because we destroyed it before they got to use it. But, like,
Okay,
Yeah, they
so
never
then
elaborated what it was used for.
let let me really quickly bring this up one more time. In the beginning of the stream, I mentioned where my stance is as a fan of the Sonic series, and I
yes.
mentioned that I was more of a casual fan
Mm-hmm.
in comparison to people like you who are lifers for that, which is fine. Um, but I'm assuming most people have a similar concept of interpretation, the same as me, because I assume most people that do watch Sonic are not lifers. And I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm just saying just like the generic audience.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so that being said, most people who don't know the full series to the T are going to see that and be like both, oh, that's Pokemon, and oh, that's Star Wars.
Well, yeah, I'm saying you're right. Like, yes. Like, yeah, I'm telling you that your observations are astute. Like, yes, that is on purpose. I'm seeing what you're seeing.
Yeah, but don't you think that that does in a way because take away a little bit from the game, the story, the movie in some sense. Like if it's on purpose, then yeah, that's fine. Like sometimes movies pop other movies to, like Scary Movie. It was the whole concept is, ripping shit off. But this wasn't meant to, hopefully.
I mean, that probably would be true for a Star Wars fan, which I am not. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, most people know of Star Wars. They don't know everything.
Yeah.
They haven't watched the movies, but I guarantee you, 90% of the people on this planet that have watched movies or have access to internet have heard of Luke, I am your father,
Yes.
which, by the way, is completely misquoted.
Yeah, which
But
is
No, I am your
regardless,
father.
but the point is that if most people understand that scene and then they see that scene in the Sonic movie, questions will arise. And I don't know. I feel like that doesn't pick the prettiest picture, and then it kind of makes me question the lore. It kind of makes me question anything that I'm really looking at. Like, is this Sonic or is this supposed to be a parody of movies and other animes and just stuff like that? You know?
It's still like remnants of a 90s property, because that's the type of shit that went on all over the place in the 90s. Like, Supersonic, do I need to say anything? You know what Supersonic is. You know damn well
It's
what
just funny
Supersonic
because
is.
Dragon Ball is just like Journey to the West, and there's an
Yeah.
entire arc that's just Terminator.
Yeah.
So I guess all art
Especially
is
in Japan.
derivative.
Yeah, like, it's...
Yeah, Japanese media, like fiction in general, they like calling back to stuff.
Yeah. They still do it nowadays too.
Still,
And they do it unapologetically.
in this third Sonic movie,
Wait,
there's a Terminator
speaking
reference.
of, speaking of, speaking of, Sonic goes Super Saiyan.
Yes.
Shadow goes Super Saiyan.
Yeah.
Like, it's really hard to not connect those dots, you
Yeah.
know?
That's on purpose. Your observation is astute.
It's really hard to just kind of be like, wow, he transformed, became much more powerful, and has yellow hair now.
Because the whole
And
thing of
there's
what made it work and what made it distinct from Super Saiyan was like Super Saiyan and Goku was like that's a story. That's a thing you read or watch. You couldn't play it. So
yeah.
like the whole point of Super Sonic is like as a reward for
He is super
getting the
sick.
things, you could just be it and fly around and do stuff.
But you have to earn it first. You gotta work
Yeah,
real
you have to
fucking
earn
hard
it.
to find the Dragon Balls, to get your wish, for ultimate power and all that jazz.
Boy.
90s.
Well, that's the point that we were talking about in terms of the question was about uh, our expectations and interpretations of the lore and of like what you saw in the movies. And so for me, just looking at this really put an average viewer, me at least, in a very like taste for the series because it a lot of originality kind of went out the window, and I was just like, okay, interesting. That was my interpretation of that.
I'll put it like this: like, have either of you seen the OVA?
The old
Yeah, the old one with
Sonic
like it was just
CD. Yeah.
yeah, it was like Sonic. Like that one didn't do too much in like lore, but like it kind of did its own thing, and it still like had the basics of what like the original source material was. So that's why I think that one works so much. Like, dare I say, even more than the movies.
Mm. I haven't seen that specific OVA, so if I ever come across it.
Um, you're probably gonna have to in the future for reasons we won't talk about yet. But
Oh yeah,
we'll
definitely.
we'll we'll get to that. So yeah, if I can answer the question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Also, I'm going to the bathroom. I will be back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Timmy's probably heard this from me a billion times, so he's not missing anything.
Yeah.
So this kind of ties back to my issue with the setting of the Sonic movies and the movie first. I absolutely despise to no end that these movies take place in the real world. It's the single most crippling thing that will make making these movies really good and enjoyable incredibly difficult for no reason. Because
Remind me to come back to this later.
yeah, so I'm trying to keep it about the lore because I'm definitely struggling to not go on a fucking tangent. But like starting from the beginning, like the classic Sonic games from the beginning have always taken place in wacky, spectacular worlds that don't make any sense, and they're kind of trippy and all that stuff. And then somewhere in the transition to 3D, their idea of making Sonic a bit more realistic was just simply like, hey, let's put him in places that are based on real world locations and have like a hub world with human beings in a city and yada yada yada, but the levels can still be like really weird and fucked up. They're like realistic themed, like, you know, Speed Highway. You have a city, like a real fucking city level that's basically New York. You like all the different like all the other levels are still like your weird like regular level tropes, but just, you know, fucked up and made like a Sonic, like loop de loops and springs everywhere and yada yada yada. But like that was as far as it went when it came to realism in Sonic. It was the aesthetic. Like the levels were still fucked up, but like aesthetically, it's like, oh, it's kind of like a real jungle or a big fat like airship that Eggman built or whatever, or Aztec temple with like booby traps and shit, like based on real places. That's as far as it went. But like these movies take place in real ass, real world Earth, like Green Hills, Montana, and like that alone, just barring what actually happens in these movies, just that concept that they're taking place on regular ass basic bitch modern day Earth with nothing special about it absolutely breaks the legs off of all of these, every movie from this point onward for as long as these movies take place there. Because the first movie was all about Sonic not being Sonic. And that's why I give it a 4. It's below average. It's a fun little like CGI animal plus like human being go on a road trip to do a thing. Like it's a perfectly fine one of those movies, but that's not what a fucking Sonic movie should be. That's not the Sonic experience at all. And like lore wise, there is almost none. Sonic spends about 7 minutes in Green Hill Zone. The rest of the movie in fucking Montana. And oh god, this is gonna blow up. And he just spends most of the movie just not doing Sonic shit. It's kind of ridiculous. Beyond that, besides like, you know, Dr. Robotnik is here, lore-wise, there is none in Sonic 1. There just isn't. His rings, Robotnik's robots don't even look like Robotnik's robots. They're just robots. Because like in the games, originally it was that like his robots were like based on animals and stuff, and they finally kind of made it that way in Sonic 3, where you have like the crab bot and stuff like that. But like in the beginning, it was just like these weird like egg bots, and I guess that's how they got to the like the whole Eggman thing. But it was so weird. And that's kind of like my whole issue with the idea of like, oh well, they need to change these movies so that because like we gotta make our own spin on it. But it's like these movies are so uninspired though, and you have 30 years of source material to work with. You have decades of source material to work with, and you use none of it. Like even musically, there's like barely between Sonic 1 and 2. There are probably like, at most, like 5 musical references shared between both movies. It's insane. It's insulting, even. Like, what the fuck? How? And like, and like narrative-wise, I think where they really shot themselves in the foot is that not only did they set like these Sonic movies in the real world, but they made it so that like in the beginning of Sonic 1, we see Sonic as a fucking baby. He's a goddamn baby. And he gets transported to the real world, and he spends his time in Montana for 14 years or so. So, like, he's completely divorced from his history as, like a being from another planet or anything, like... So, like, that's why the whole Tails thing doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Because it's like, he doesn't know Tails. When Tails was teased at the end of Sonic 1... I couldn't be excited because I'm like, well, why? How does Tails even know Sonic in this world? Like, Sonic was transported secretly to Earth as a baby. Sonic doesn't know anyone at all, not even from his home planet. He barely knows anybody from this planet that he's been on for years. He's only just now making contact with human beings in this movie. And like, you're trying to introduce Tails. How does this work? You would have to give him some crazy, ridiculous backstory or completely assassinate his character in order to make this make sense. So, and that's what they did. That's what they went with. And it'll always drive me insane. Because the thing that really drives me nuts about these movies, all three of them, is that they have to jump through flaming hoops to make things from the games make sense in the world of these movies, when all they had to do was just follow the lore of the games. Or at least not, just get them out of the fucking real world for once. Like, have the Sonic movies take place in Sonic's world. No, they refuse to do that. So the writers have to work extra hard to tie in these characters that exist in this video game world, when all they had to do was just let the fucking story take place in the Sonic world. And, like... And, like, this applies to, like, even at the end of Sonic 2, when they introduced Shadow. I have to say this. I never wanted Shadow introduced in these movies. People, from the beginning, since Sonic 1, it was like, oh, I can't wait till they start introducing new characters like Shadow. And I'm like, no. It will take way too much. It will take way too much bullshit in order to introduce Shadow into these movies. Like, they would have to set up so much shit to make Shadow make sense in this world. It's just not doable. I don't want Shadow the Hedgehog for, like, 5 movies. Like, I don't want a Shadow the Hedgehog until, like, Sonic 6. Like, no. Don't you dare. And, like, Sonic 2, I guess, was their attempt to build that up, to build up to Shadow's introduction. But I feel like they didn't do enough to really satisfy that by the time you get to the teaser. So, like, they show off Shadow, and y'all were there for it. I walked out of the fucking theater because I was hyped, but I was also pissed. I was pissed off because they were doing it, and it was like, no, you're gonna fuck it up. You're gonna fuck up my boy. Oh no. Like, I don't want it, and it's because of the setting. It's because the setting does not allow for the lore to be introduced into these movies smoothly. And I will admit, by the end of Sonic 3, I am still very peeved that we're still here, that we still have this problem. And like, that'll be one thing that will always keep these movies from being great. Like, that's just a hard wall that the movies won't get past until they stop fucking keeping us here in basic bitch real world Earth and like completely divorcing the world of like movie versus Sonic from video game versus Sonic. And then trying to pretend that they're trying to blend the two. It's like, you're not, though. You're just shoehorning aspects of the game into this movie, and you shouldn't have to do that. Like, it should be the easiest thing in the world. You have all this source material. The biggest example, and the thing that pisses me off so much, I made a TikTok about this, and Joe mentioned it earlier in the chat. Sonic Adventure 2, City Escape, all the city levels are based on San Francisco. Common knowledge, everybody knows. Golden Gate Bridge. That's like the whole iconic imagery from like the Sonic Adventure 2 thing, like the intro, Drark Highway, yada yada. San Francisco, right? The first movie is all about Tom driving Sonic to San Francisco.
Also escaping from the military.
Also escaping from the military. So, like, it gives you this idea that, like, oh, there's something. Well, not really, but it sort of gives you that little inkling of, like, oh, maybe they could set up for Sonic Adventure 2 because they're going to San Francisco, and then you can have, like, a lot of Sonic Adventure 2 imagery there. No, we're not going to address that whatsoever. And the one thing that drives me insane, that I'll never forgive this. I didn't know that just north of San Francisco is the real life Angel Island. There is no Angel Island in this movieverse at all. It doesn't exist. It's just not there. Like, it's the easiest thing in the world. The Earth is giving you free source material. Like, Angel Island is right the fuck there. Why can't you just, like, hey, that's where the Master Emerald is. It's in San Francisco. That place that we went all out of our way in the whole first movie to go to.
I think you're bringing up, like, actually a good point when it comes to, like, video game adaptations. Like, obviously it's important to be able to adapt and put focus on the characters and the elements and stuff. But, like, location design and level design is such an important part of what makes games the way they are. And I feel like that's completely overlooked when it comes to a lot of adaptations. Because, like, people will just ignore all that to be like, oh, it's just in real life Earth.
Like, it's worse. It's worse for these movies because you have places in the games that are based on real world locations. But instead of just setting these movies to take place in those places to make the easiest transition possible, they will make up a town, Green Hills, Montana, that doesn't exist and revolve a movie around that for no reason. And it's worse. It's worse than what it could have been in every way.
Yeah.
Like, why? You're putting all this extra nonsensical effort to make this movie worse.
So I wanted to mention something with this point that you were making. Um, I I also had that same issue um, originally, but then I thought about how they could fix this, and
Get off of Earth.
what
It's so simple. It's the easiest
but
thing.
wait,
Get
wait,
off of
wait,
fucking
but
Earth.
wait, but wait. So the problem I was having is I don't think they're gonna do it.
I know they're not.
That's
Yeah, obviously, three moves in, they're not
this
going to do it.
this is giving them too much credit, but I am trying to justify, or I was trying to justify in my head the potential that they would take to um, rectify this. And I think that the first movie did a really good job in setting up the potential because the good thing about the Montana location was Sonic necessarily not being around too many people and being by himself for so long, kind of allowing him to adapt to being okay being on his own to an extent, you know? And then the fact that he makes the trip to San Francisco, it it kind of points out these locations that we know of in the series, except we're seeing them in modern day world. So with the rings, I was hoping that they would then come across a situation where, for one reason or another, uh, he would go through the rings or otherwise, some way to an alternate dimension that looks like Earth, just a barren version of it that has been taken over by um, Dr. Robotnik, which is why you don't see so many people, but you still see a San Francisco that has been taken over by robots and stuff like that. And by introducing this version of it first, it sets the tone, it sets the location, it sets what what, because the point is Sonic has to recognize this. If he does go there, he's not going to be like, oh, a random city. Like, no, if he's going to be like, this is San Francisco, but just destroyed. What happened here? Dr. Robotnik did this? Wow, I gotta kind of. And so by introducing the good version of it first, I think it does a lot of world building and setting for potential future. And so when the first one came out, it kind of set that tone for me, and I was like, okay, that can happen. And then part two came out, and it that's where I was a little upset with part two because they did a lot of the stuff that I didn't think they would do until they got to that barren land. Um, but they did it here. So I was just like, okay, I guess that's okay. It's not the, end all be all, but whatever. And it wasn't until part three where I had completely given up on this theory because at the end of part three, he used the last ring. And how the fuck are you gonna go to another dimension now? Like you used the last ring. It was supposed to be only used for emergencies. You used all of them, and I like that they made that a priority emphasis in the first movie. By the way, that there was a limited amount of rings, um, but I don't like that he ran out already, or at least that's where I was at the end of part three. I was kind of really annoyed with that because then I agree with you. This world setting just doesn't make sense if this is all where he's going to be, and I was really annoyed with that because now it really is just made for kids. Fuck us, I guess. Um, but what saved it for me was um the ending credit scene, where I, I honestly I can't remember the fucking name of the robots for my life, or the girl, the pink girl.
Oh,
Are
um
you kidding me?
but I know I'm blanking out right now. I
All right,
told you I have a
hold
memory
on.
issue.
Before we get into that,
But-
spoiler warning: we're talking about the post-credit scene of Sonic 3. Okay.
okay,
Um.
yeah,
All right. So you're referring
but
to.
the whole thing is a spoiler. We're already talking about three.
I mean, like,
Oh,
you
well,
know.
potential after that, yeah. um but yeah, because of that, that was the first. The thing is, no characters, like, for example, Tails doesn't have any rings, Knuckles doesn't have any rings, Sonic just ran out. So to me, I was just like, well, that's it. There's no more avenues for fucking rings to appear. That's it. And so when they introduced those characters at the end that basically came out of fucking nowhere, it has to provide the possibility of rings or a form of transportation between universes that just hasn't been presented before. Or maybe they have their own rings or something for travel. And I think that's so fucking crucial for the story because if that is the case, not only does that allow Sonic to now have a way to traverse between the universes, but now it gives their introduction now really pushes the narrative towards what I was hoping would happen. If these robots are here to take over, if Dr. Robotnik does somehow get involved with this, Sonic might end up having to go to the alternate universe, whether by choice or not, and having to acquire the rings in order to come back to Earth, the real Earth. And that storyline of him playing through it. Like we might even get a movie, if by God, if this ever was to be made this way, where Sonic goes into this alternate universe of a parallel Earth, just a barren version, and he goes through this entire thing, and he realizes the only way for him to make it back home is by collecting rings. And then we have like a fucking montage portion, or even just like a specific scene where you get to see Sonic blasting through this barren place, collecting rings like it's the video game. And it's like the biggest nod to the games, like, and that would be the most satisfying fucking feeling. And then they might actually do that whole, when he beats a level, he does that pose that I was talking about earlier with the music, and now he has these rings, and now it makes him acquiring these rings have a purpose. Because before you could in the game, you collect the rings so that you don't die if you get hit by, but now you're collecting these rings because you want to go home. You're collecting these rings because this is your way of making a portal back to your parallel universe, and now you're playing through this map, or this you're going through this universe that you understand because you've seen the original version of it. You were born or not born, but raised in it, and you're trying to get to that now. And by doing this, it does give us this world, like you were talking about, Mike, that would make sense. It would make sense for Sonic and his story to progress through. It would make sense narratively, in terms of what we want to see and the potential of what they could do going forward from there. But all of that caveats off of them making that effort to transition to that. The reason I mention all of this is because in part one, they made that emphasis. They made the emphasis about the rings being limited. They made the emphasis about them being alone, but then going to popular places that do play a role in the series. So to me, that is a possibility. And I'm hoping that they go that way. If they don't, then Mike, I completely agree. They
Yeah.
just fucked it all up.
Yeah, here's the thing. Like, across these three movies, they have basically affirmed
Used all the
multiple
resources.
times, not even just used resources, but they've made it abundantly clear that that's not a priority in any way, shape, or form. They don't care. They have zero
Yeah.
intention of going back to the real world, and it's like, well, why not? They're choosing. They're actively choosing to make it difficult for themselves to make these movies palatable because they refuse to just get out of the real world, because they really want these humans to play a really big part in these movies, and they can. There's ways to do it, but they're doing it in the most difficult ways possible, and it all stems from like how this movie verse was established from the first movie, and you can't undo that now. Like, you can't. There's no fixing the problem, because the problem exists at the beginning of the first movie and is going to cascade to every movie beyond this, and you just can't undo it now. Like, Sonic no longer has any history of anything outside of Green Hills, Montana for his entire life. So, like, anybody who knew Sonic before then, or any character outside of the ones introduced past, like, the Adventure series, can't possibly exist without any sort of super bullshit shark jumping, like, a character assassination introduction, like with
Not
Tails.
just that. I mean, they could do like a bullshit retcon, like, and creating a whole new concept, or like time travel, or fucking something that like retcons the shit out of this, and the kids won't fucking get it, and they're just gonna be happy. But for us, we're gonna be like, what the fuck? But at least that gives us the opportunity to experience the corrected version. But like I mentioned at the beginning, I highly doubt that
Yeah,
they're gonna make this effort. This
yeah.
is
We
not a
we
very
shouldn't
likely.
we shouldn't have to resort to retcons for a series that has existed for 33 years, and you have 3 decades of source material to use to write a story. Like,
Yeah.
and the first thing they did in this movie, within this movie series, was completely isolate all of that source material from the story that they wanted to tell in this movie, and didn't rectify it through these 3 movies. So now we just still have this problem where it's like, yeah, you can introduce all these popular characters all you want, but in order for them to make sense in this world, you have to you have to come up with some bullshit to get them here in the first place, because you've already fucked it up from the first movie. And I was telling this to Timmy and Aurora when we were leaving, that like even a character like Rouge the Bat, who was introduced in Sonic Adventure 2, she has absolutely zero backstory whatsoever. She has no origin. All you know is that she's a treasure hunter and sometimes is a spy for a gun. But other than that, like, zero backstory, absolutely none. It is now impossible to introduce Rouge in this series and make it make sense.
In the normal like games world, you could have just had her as that one lady, but because like it takes place in a world where those characters don't exist, it's weird.
Yeah, she couldn't even be that, because like where would she come from? You can't just say that like, oh well, Rouge has been here this whole time. It's like, well, no, she'd be an alien.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, at most you could just like say that she's been a secret, but like that would just be weird.
Like that's what I'm saying.
Like if they were able to send them to this other universe, like I was mentioning, that would solve so much, because then that's a new world. Things happen there that we didn't see. Characters been there. Sonic is the new one at that point, and he already knew everyone from Earth here now. So I mean, it's a short origin,
Yeah,
but it's something like that.
I agree. Yeah, I agree that would solve the problem, but that's never gonna happen.
But it's just not gonna happen.
Because also it implies that they want to like, because I can imagine like the idea you're saying, but it's like, let's just throw him in with every single thing else and just have it completely rush and catch up. You know that they want to like have every single person they want to introduce like have their moment of, yes, we're bringing in this person, not just like, okay, he's in and there's everybody else.
And also, I think if they went that route, it would be too dark. It would be a very non live action Sonic movie isk enough for the kids, you know? And I don't think that would sell too well. I mean, for us, it would be fantastic because yay, retcon. But for the kids, they're like, oh, it's a little scary here. And Sonic didn't leave it at the end of the movie,
I think,
which he should, you know.
Yeah, no, like you can't assume how kids are gonna consume the content. It's like I think that's like a really big mistake that like corporate businesses.
I'm not assuming. I'm assuming that the movie critic or creators are assuming.
Yeah, like
I really wish. And the thing is, when that final ring was used, I had just given up all hope. I was just like, well, there goes that. But at the end, when they showed, again, I can't remember the name for my life. I was just like, wait a minute, because where the fuck did they come from? You know, were they all 1,200 robots hiding in under a fucking rock this whole time? That fucking Robotnik didn't see them, and Sonic didn't see them, and nobody saw them, and any of these characters. Well, they came from fucking somewhere, then, right? So, you know,
so yeah.
That gave me a little bit of hope that this could happen, but it's giving them too much credit, you know.
Because I do want to mention this real quick. Like before we watched this movie, me and Timmy made bingo cards for like predictions.
Because we're insane.
Because we're insane, we had a lot of like predictions of things that would like we think are going to happen in this movie. And one of those things that like everybody was talking about is like, oh well, they're definitely going to introduce some new character in the post credits. Who do you think is going to be? Like nobody knew like who was going to show up by then, or what new characters besides Shadow was going to be introduced in this movie. And like the main 4 that pretty much everyone keeps landing on was Amy, Silver, Metal Sonic, and Black Doom. And like I made my bingo card. I included those characters as well, but like the ones that I really believed in was like Silver or Black Doom, because I think those characters are really easy to just like throw into the world. But like, now after watching these movies and realizing that they want to do everything the fucking hard way, Amy and Metal Sonic are the ones that are being introduced into this new world. And like my whole reason why I didn't believe in it is because Amy makes no sense whatsoever. And like Metal Sonic, I didn't think was like I think it was too late for Metal Sonic because this is a Shadow movie. Like Shadow is probably the most hype that you're going to get out of a character introduction in this series. It's only downhill from here. Like Metal Sonic, yeah,
the
he's
whole
pretty
appeal to
hype.
Metal Sonic was like he was the first like challenge to Sonic speed, but like that's already
Like
been
I,
challenged in the
I
first two, like with Knuckles and Shadow. So it's like, what else is left?
like yeah, I understand like Metal Sonic's significance, but Shadow is ultimately what Metal Sonic represents to Sonic, but like it better in every way because he's a fully realized character with a whole bit backstory who is also still a foil and rival to Sonic. Like Metal Sonic is like you would say that Shadow is redundant in this case, but like Shadow is such a better character that it's like, well, now we don't really need Metal Sonic at this point. Unless they were going to kill Shadow at the end of this movie, which I didn't think they were going to do. Like Metal Sonic just didn't make any sense because it's like you already blew your Shadow load. Like we can't go any go any higher from here. Like that's it.
It's like if you did Dragon Ball Z and like you did the Namek saga and then you go back to Vegeta. Like what?
Like
It built
Yeah,
off of each other.
it's like
but like if they go into that alternate universe, I still think it would make sense because if they were able to do that and his only goal was to collect rings to get back home, and you have to basically race against 1,300 different versions of you who are getting to the rings first, that's going to create a challenge, especially if you're alone, and it becomes a bigger conflict than just who's faster or who's stronger, so that in that sense it would make sense.
yeah.
But here on Earth, you don't have to go anywhere. You don't need the rings. You're here, and you're not alone. You have people to help you here. So that's what I'm saying. Like it
Like
just
I
there's
agree.
so
It's just
there's
I
that
so
also
much
they're
agree.
not going to do it.
there's so much positive correction and growth and possibility for the movies if they just went that route,
Yeah, that's why it's so
It's just
frustrating because it's so easy. It's the easiest thing in the world to fix, but they're doing everything the hardest possible way.
That's
And
why, honestly, that ring that Tails had when Tails said this is the last one, I was like, oh, don't you fucking dare, don't you fucking dare, because if you use it, that's it, you know. So
and like
I was really upset about that.
and the thing is, I didn't even really like register that was the situation that like they used the very last ring and now they can't like teleport anywhere. Like the I did that didn't register to me because that doesn't hold any weight in this franchise because they don't intend on going anywhere anyway. All it does is make it easier for them to go from like point A to point B if point B is on the opposite side of the planet. But
And
like
I would have thought the same thing, but they made such an emphasis on that bag being such a limited
There'd be
quantity.
more
Like,
weight
but
to that kind of stuff
yeah,
if they were off
but
planet.
yeah, but the
yeah,
thing is the whole
but that's
point.
what I'm saying. Like, because it has a limited quantity, to me that puts so much value in that sense of this universe. Because it while they're on Earth, who cares if it's a limited quantity? Sonic is the fastest fucking creature. He'll go anywhere anyway. So it doesn't make sense that they emphasize the fact that there's a limited quantity. That what
Yeah,
who cares? And honestly, it wasn't really a big emphasis in any movie really. The rings, they I mean they were beneficial at times, but it wasn't like this super important thing. So why put so much emphasis on a limited amount unless they were trying to set something up, And that's why I kept an eye on that. But I'm just like, okay, you just used the last fucking one. What? Oh,
I think the main
so the
reason why they
rings mean
emphasized it in the
nothing?
first movie was because like the whole point was he was supposed to leave Earth.
yeah, he was
That was
supposed
the
to leave
main
Earth
reason why he needed
eventually.
the rings.
And okay, and that's perfect. But now you're again, like it's on a silver fucking platter. The whole point is about leaving Earth, but you're choosing to stay because now you have friends. But now you ran out of the rings, and now you have shit that's going on. Bro, this is like it's writing itself. Use
Yeah,
it.
because
It's
like
writing itself.
my ideal, like the way I want, like if whoever that makes him Paramount or whoever, like just came to my doorstep and said, Timmy, it's up to you to make Sonic 4. Like in this hypothetical fantasy that I have, here's how I would have it, because it the post credit scene started out with him like somehow ending up all the way in, I think it was New York.
Yeah.
So like my how I would do it is like somehow, like they can explain it however, basically he traveled through space and time, and he's like in a future where Sonic had disappeared for a little bit, and during that time a bunch of Metal Sonics just showed up and started like causing havoc and stuff. And for whatever, like a bunch of other stuff happens, and it results in like people from the other planets, aka other Sonic characters, coming to Earth to, I don't know, like look for him or something.
That's
So
a possible retcon.
and so like the whole point is like he's trying to find some way, aka like you could possibly explain it to like rings, but he's just trying to find some way to get back to his time to fix everything. From that you can kind of throw in a whole bunch of stuff, like if you want to be bold, like throwing like Silvertooth, like say he's from even further when the Metal Sonic completely destroyed the planet, and so he thinks original Sonic is the culprit, so he has a conflict with him. Like you can throw all that extra stuff in, but that's what I personally like. From what I know now, like from seeing that post credit scene, that's the direction I would go. But we have 2 years
Yeah,
of
but
ruminating on that.
yeah, but basically that's along the same lines of what I was just saying. I mean,
Yeah,
yours is future and mine is like an alternate reality. But really it could be a combination of both one way or another, you know? Like the point is that Sonic has to be in some circumstance where he isn't where he's supposed to be, and things are happening that are out of his control, and his goal is to make it back to how things were supposed to be.
which
If that
like
can happen,
if
it
they
would
do that premise, then
fix
it's like it would be the perfect opportunity for them to actually like put, like he's not on Earth anymore. I mean, he might be, but it's like it's not the Earth that was
the
established.
Earth
So it's like
exactly.
now
But
you
because
guys
they
can use that to
painted the
throw stuff
picture,
in.
yeah. But because they painted the picture for us in these first movies, like we've seen Tokyo, we've seen San Francisco, he's in New York. Like we now have these locations that have been used, and we can have like Sonic, for example, if he runs after he like something happens and he's like, "What's going on here? What year is it?" He's like, "Wait a minute." And then he like runs to San Francisco and he expects to see the bridge, except it's all like fucking torn down and shit, or like
Crisis City
overran.
looking.
Yeah, exactly. And he's like, "What is going on?" But you see, the thing is, he saw it in the first movie, so the viewers know that. Us, like the setting has been made, you know. So in that sense, that really could turn this failure of a setting into a genius of a setting if they were able to do that, which I highly fucking doubt. But that really would help because now they've painted the picture, and I would have preferred it to go that way
Oh
instead
my
of
god! I just
Sonic's
realized if they do
original
that, they can
story.
do like the whole like Green Hill into Faded Hill thing with, was it Forces?
No, no, we're not doing that.
Yeah,
But
no,
it
they're
could.
not. Like it'd be
But the
stupid,
thing,
but like they could
but
do it
I
as the
think
thing.
I would have preferred it this way because let's say they just completely skipped this and did Sonic in that alternate universe altogether, like from the get-go, and then they have to explain everything. Why is Sonic collecting the rings? What's his purpose? What's his purpose in this other than just beating Robotnik over and over again? You know, like there isn't like a real story behind it other than just kind of going from level to level, and there's no real reason. But at least we now know if Sonic has people he connects to, places he connects to, friends, you know. Now he has a reason to go through things. Now we have a setting to compare to for him to want to be in. It just makes much more sense for it to be this way, you know? It just makes more sense for us to have this vision of what we're looking at now, so that when he does go to the other, he has a reason to do what he has to do to come back.
Did it
That
really
to
need to
me,
take 3 movies for that though?
that part I completely agree.
Well,
And
that's the thing.
honestly,
Cause
part two was enough.
I don't want to get. I think we're already like way too deep into this hypothetical because it's like these 3 movies have kind of made it abundantly clear that nothing like that is even close to a priority or a possibility. Cause like they
So
very
sad.
clearly want these movies to just take place in the real world, and Tom and Maddie have to be in all of them, and they got to be like a important like feature in all these movies, and I don't even know. Like, I agree, it would work,
But you have to throw out
but
the
even
three movies that they've gotten success off of, and they obviously want to build off of. So
but
it's not happening.
but not just that.
Yeah.
But it's like, how would you even begin that story?
Well, I think they started it with the ending of three, honestly.
But it's like because like your whole hypothetical starts with like Sonic gets transported to another universe. It's like, okay, well, how does that happen? How do we even get here? Like,
Well, again,
what would even be the inciting incident?
the Metal Sonics, they are in an abundance right now against him, and
Uh huh.
I'm glad he has Amy to help him, but I don't know. We don't know the fucking details, but the point is that right
Yeah,
now he's completely outnumbered, and there is a chance that this could force something to happen. It could even be a choice.
and
It
that's
could
my
even
thing.
be Amy being. It could even be Amy being like, "Hey, these Sonics or these Metal Sonics are from this universe where I'm from, and they fucked up everything there, and now they're coming here to fuck shit up here. If you want to save your planet, you have to come with me to kill the source, and you have to come with me to our universe
But
and
we
fucking settle shit up there."
but we
And he's like,
also
"Where's
don't.
your Sonic?"
Yeah, but we also don't know where Amy came from. So we have no,
Exactly.
and that's my entire problem. As much as I would like for that hypothetical to happen, there is so much bullshit
We
that
don't
you would
know.
have to make up. And
Yeah.
whatever the answer is, it's going to be worse than just simply having the characters live in this world already from the beginning, which
But
we can no longer do.
I will say, I unless they just genuinely are saying like fuck you and just pissing on us without calling it rain, there's no way that Amy can be introduced now as a character who's been on Earth this whole time.
Yeah,
There's no way.
no one
It
can.
just doesn't make sense.
That's why I brought
So
up Rouge, because like even a character with zero backstory that you could literally make up anything to make it make sense, like it still wouldn't make sense.
yeah, so like, but the thing is, we've gone through three movies now. There's no at least Shadow was in a fucking tube this whole time, but fucking Amy has just been outside with a fucking hammer, caught like beating shit up, and no one's fucking seen her this whole time. No, that's
Yeah,
impossible.
like about
So
Shadow though, like real quick, because like that was an issue that I had from Sonic 2 when they introduced Shadow in the first place. It's how is Shadow even? Because here's the thing, Shadow's entire origin is tied to Sonic's existence and the original world that Sonic
They
like
don't
existed
even
in.
like really go into
And
like the fact that they look like each other.
yeah, just one sec though. Like
Sorry.
yeah, the whole issue with Shadow is that his entire origin is rooted in this location that doesn't exist in the movies. This character who has no ties to this world that he's in, only has been here for like 10 years or so. They keep bringing up that like, the gun incident happened 50 years ago. That wouldn't be relevant to anything Sonic related ever because Sonic was never here. Like they would have to make up so much shit in order to make this make sense. And the one thing I appreciate about this movie is that somehow, some way, they found a way to make like a very simple explanation of how Shadow got here. Oh, he came from a meteor. And I'm like, okay, all right, I can accept that. Cool. It's like the first time you made it easy on yourselves and just like didn't tie him to like Sonic or some ancient prophecy or Angel Island or none of that shit. It's like, oh, he just came from a meteor, and that makes sense because meteors, black arms, whatever. He came from space. That's fine. Like they made a lot of changes to make this movie happen, including like, oh well, he wasn't really made by Gerald. They found him, and then he was just the head of Project Shadow, and yada yada yada. It's like, all right, these are the kinds of changes that there's no way that you can make this and the SA2 like become one to one. Like this is how you adapt a video game into a movie. Like this is how you do it right. You just be honest with yourselves and you stop trying to just like make up bullshit to like get things. Just keep it simple. Keep it simple, stupid. But this is the
Well,
only time it's happened.
I'm holding on to hope that Amy is from a different universe. Or when I say this, I mean like when part four comes out, which apparently has already been confirmed for 2027.
And I hate that.
I know, right? I'm hoping that when she explains it, that she absolutely must say, "I'm not from here. I came here through this method, and so did they." And in some way or form, this involves Sonic going with her back somehow, some way, something. I don't know. Just at least, at the very least, Amy, say you're not from here. You came here through a specific method
But
and
she
introduce
has
it
to.
to Sonic.
We know
She
she's gonna
has
say
to.
that.
She has
She
to.
has no
But
choice.
the thing, that's what I'm saying. If they don't do that, then it is the most like spit in your face. We're not leaving Earth. Period. Fuck you. That don't even think about it. But the thing is, she has to.
She has to. Their
She
hands are
has
tied.
to.
And
Their
like
hands are tied.
and that's the issue with like the setting of this world. They have to do this a certain way because they shot themselves in the foot from the beginning.
They have to
You can't
because
even use your
it
imagination for what could possibly
like
happen because it's like, well, now it just has to be a certain way because you have to shoehorn these characters. You made it difficult for yourselves by arbitrarily making Sonic like since a baby an alien who's been in Montana for 10 years. You
okay,
didn't
okay,
have to
okay.
do that.
Okay.
Y'all fucked
Let's
up.
just say let's follow their route, right? Let's follow their route. Amy is
I
here. We saw
am.
that. We saw Amy, right? We saw the Metal Sonics, hundreds of them. Let's say they want to continue with staying on Earth and Amy being from Earth, fucking hiding for the last, I don't know how, but hiding, whatever. How do you expect that they can make that happen?
I
Because
don't.
this is probably but this is what they're gonna do, right? Because they're not gonna introduce a different universe that Sonic goes to. They're gonna keep it on Earth, right? So then how? What are they gonna do? What is your opinion, your
They'd have
best
to say that
guess?
she was on
So
in New York the entire time or something like that.
I was in New York
Th-
specifically. Oh my god.
like, New York is my
Uh,
region. I don't know what the fuck's happening over there.
Because like the only thing that I can think of is that like because I watched the postcard scene again. Uh, those Metal Sonics are absolutely from the future, 100%. Like their entire entrance is a Terminator reference. Like 100, like it is. It's 100% just Terminator. The Metal Sonics are from the future. Um, I don't know why Amy was the one to show up. It should have been Silver. Silver would have made. Well, okay. You know what? Never mind. Because I think Silver would be an antagonist in this case. So like they probably wouldn't go directly into Silver. But yeah, time travel. And you know what?
Yeah.
And the reason why I think that is because um, they did not use Chaos Control in all of Sonic 3 at all. Chaos Control is just not a thing in Sonic 3. So what I think is going to happen, this is my hard read. I think that let's say they get Jim Carrey back to play Eggman again. Probably not, but but this is essentially a coin flip. Either they get Jim Carrey back or they don't. They're going to recast Eggman. Doesn't matter, I guess. It'll turn out that because another thing I have to mention is that on the Eclipse Cannon, when Shadow was doing his thing, he was like powering it up. Gerald explaining to him that like, oh yeah, he's charging it with Chaos Energy. That was the first time Chaos Energy was mentioned. So like, Chaos Energy in terms of like the Sonic verse is supposed to be this like force where like, oh well, anything could fucking happen. Like it's not just like, oh, it's like key, it will just burn your face off. Like no, it, it kind of ties into that whole like, well, the chaos elements are used to turn your thoughts into powers, and you can do anything with it. You can create chili dogs, you can become a Super Saiyan or whatever. So like, I think they're going to pull this route of like, oh well, Eggman getting blown up in this massive explosion of chaos energy, he got thrown into the future, and in the future, with his Sonic Quill, decided to make a bunch of Sonic copies in the future and then sent them back to kill him.
You think they're gonna, because he's in the future, he becomes Eggman N. They could do it.
They could do it. That could be a thing. And,
But even if they do the future, that's still an alternate, or not. I don't want to say alternate, but it's still a different, yeah, an alternate timeline where Sonic has to get back somehow now, and he now has friends from the past that he could reconnect with in this current timeline. Other alien characters can be introduced since he wasn't here. A lot of shit could have happened since then, and so it could retcon basically everything going forward, whether it is the future or a different timeline or a different parallel universe or whatever. So, and like you said, it basically, even Amy, when she came in, why the fuck she got a fucking cloak on? Like, aside from trying to be mysterious, why do you got a cloak on?
Because they
Like,
haven't designed her outfit yet.
like I usually cloaks like that are meant for like a setting where it's not like normal. You know what I'm saying? Like on an everyday basis, people just walk around with regular clothes. No one walks around wearing a fucking cloak, regardless of whatever the fuck they're doing. But she had a cloak.
because she's
So
from a fucked up future and she has to be incognito.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like it only makes sense that she has a cloak for whatever fucking reason. Is if that's just what they do in these timelines, or in a different timeline or location or whatever. It's not the same. When you think of cloak, you think of like a desolate fucking situation, whether it's like a desert storm or a grudgy alleyway in the dystopian future. You know, you don't think of, going down the neighborhood, waving hello to your neighbors in a fucking cloak. You don't do that. You know what I'm saying? So, like, even that honestly kind of hinted towards that a little bit.
But other than that, we don't know. Not enough info. We just know Amy and Metal Sonic are a part of the next movie.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I don't think that Amy and Metal Sonic is a good enough hook for me to be interested in Sonic 4. At the moment, I don't care.
At this point, like the only hook I have for Sonic 4 is just the idea, or like the implied idea that he's not like on his Earth anymore. Like he's somewhere he's unfamiliar with, and like
Which would really fix everything.
but that's like only implied.
But yeah,
Yeah.
we only just came up with that possibility within this conversation. We don't know.
But
That's what happened.
the thing is, we can't even like. I get it; it's unlikely and everything, but what else is there? You can't introduce Amy 3 movies, 4 movies in, like she was fucking chilling down the street. Like,
Well, that's
you,
why I thought
you
they
know,
wouldn't introduce Amy, but here we are. They decided to do it the hard way again.
so
So here we
like
are.
they have to. This has to be an indication that they're going to somehow fix this, because it just wouldn't work any other way. It just wouldn't work unless they just plainly are going to tell us, listen, we are going to randomly, sporadically introduce all your favorite characters in ways that make no sense, for the simple purpose of including them in the movies here for you and having you the opportunity to watch them. But they will be in this universe, in this timeline, with this setting, and there's nothing that'll change about that because we have a wider audience to appeal to that is much bigger than just you. So fuck it. That's unless that's what they're telling us. There's just no way. that this stays this way. You know what I'm saying? There's just no way.
I don't. I don't know what to tell you, man. You'll have to have a lot of faith in their ability to pull this together for me to.
I'm trying to
Man,
think of a series that did something similar, and it's like at the tip of my tongue, but I just can't think of it. But it's a series that, for the most part, started off in a very positive vibe, and then like really quickly took like a dark turn and became like really, whoa, what the fuck, and really interesting. But I can't put my finger on it.
pretty much anything that lasts for more than 3 movies.
Yeah, but it was like I want to say it's an anime, but it's like something that like most of it was like a positive vibe. Like there was like no blood, no murder, no nothing, you know? Like just very happy, positive, like PG. And then it went rated R really fucking quick, like towards the end, and shit just started happening, and you're just like, whoa, slow, pause, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah, that's kind of just what happens if it lasts long enough. Like, eventually things will start getting serious.
And there's a series that specifically did that recently that I'm trying to think of, but I just can't. But anyways, that's what
And this movie
I'm
was kind of already doing that turn with Shadow because Shadow is like the darkest character in the series.
oh, really quickly. Um, one of my biggest gripes about this movie also kind of pushed for this theory as well about, potentially time travel universe or whatever, like alternate universe. And of course it's a reach, but in my mind, it connects. And that is one of my biggest problems with this is the fusion of two totally different types of movie styles that I felt were trying to be forced into one. Like I said, I don't like how they were trying to make Sonic basically Doctor Doolittle. Or not Doctor Doolittle, fucking what's that fucking the mouse? What's the white mouse that talks, that movie from a long time ago?
Stuart Little.
Stuart Little. Yeah, Stuart Little. They're basically turning fucking Sonic into Stuart Little in terms of just like the whole vibe, like and by Sonic I mean the movie, not the character. But like the vibe where like everyone is perfectly happy and everything is perfectly great, and oh, and but at the same time they were trying to break the fourth wall like if it was fucking Deadpool.
Oh
And
yeah, I
and,
know the
and
particular drug you're talking about. I did not like that.
I did not like that at all. And I felt like they were trying to force two different concepts of movies into one. And it really rubbed me the wrong way. Like it just didn't feel like it was working for me. And I feel like they tried it in one and two, but subtly. But in part three, I feel like it was like shoved in our faces, and I really didn't like that. And so for me personally, I just it didn't vibe, but
I,
because they were really pushing on that fourth wall breaking kind of concept, it did remind me so much of Deadpool. And if you know anything about Deadpool, all he does is fucking go from different alternate universes to different alternate universes and fucking talk about it and breaking the fourth wall. So,
I hold
I
on. I don't understand the complaint. I
no, not a wait. So the comparison of the doctor or the Deadpool about the breaking the fourth wall slash um universe hopping or whatever. I meant to bring that up as an maybe that's kind of insinuating that there would be some kind of universe travel alternate timeline shit like that because of the heavy influence on Deadpool. Which again, like I said, I know it feels like a reach and it's
I think
whatever, but
that's
it's
more
just
so just because the writers of the Deadpool movie also write for these movies.
yeah, yeah. So like I said, I know it's a bit of a reach. It's something I was feeling
no. I
kind of
mean,
more like a comedy relief.
I don't understand what you mean about like the turning types of movies into one thing. Like,
Oh, I don't mind the two types of movies into one thing. I don't like these two type of movies into one thing. I don't. First of all, I don't like movies that are like the the Stuart Little type of movies. And I mean, I liked Stuart Little as a movie, but it was just very niche, and so I was able to just kind of be with that and accept it for what it was. But this was, I feel like, trying to use that niche and mix it with a different niche, and then like really push it on our faces, and I didn't like that. It didn't fit. It didn't fit for me.
but like, I don't.
I guess one way of explain like the way, how I'm interpreting it is like it tried hard to be like a kids movie for like little kids and their families, but also trying to be like a movie for like nerds, I guess, or like into the references and stuff. It was trying to do
Yeah,
both.
yeah, but I don't feel like they did it good. I guess.
I
Like
don't.
I feel like it was very forced. Like it wasn't. It didn't feel natural.
I don't know what
It
we're
just
talking
didn't feel
about.
like it just didn't feel like it fit really good.
Kind of just goes into like appealing to multiple audiences at the same time, trying to get everybody.
And like I feel like one did it and two did it, but they didn't do it so much. So I was kind of able to ignore it. I was kind of able to just be like, whatever, you know. But I
Okay.
found myself multiple times in this movie just kind of being like, stop, please stop,
All right.
just stop.
Hold on. All right. So I understand the Stuart Little comparison because like the whole theme of the first movie is like found family and it's Sonic. He's alone and he's trying to find where a place where he belongs. And he has these characters that the human characters that adopt him and yada yada. But like, what is the other part that doesn't? Because like I'm pretty sure, at least in the Stuart Little movies, I never read the books, but like they break the fourth wall on occasion. Like,
Not on occasion. I'm talking about as often as they tried. The jokes they were trying to use, the subtle nuances that they displayed, it just didn't feel natural for that character. For me, it felt very forced.
I need you to be specific. I'm really trying to understand what you're saying.
I mean, I can't recall off the top of my head because like I said, I'm not very good
Like,
with memory. But
would an
there were
example be like the two Robotniks, and he literally mentions that like, oh, it's like two different characters being played by the same actor looking at directly at the camera. That kind of fourth wall break, or are you talking about like the references from the games where Sonic will literally say some shit like, "Talk about your low budget fights," like completely unprompted, or I don't.
sure count both of those if you want.
I just don't see how
Both
those
of those.
things clash. Like it's these are still comedy movies to a degree.
Well, it is a comedy movie basically, but it because freaking Jim Carrey was doing his thing, which is fantastic. But I feel like Jim Carrey can get away with it, but that's about it. I didn't. I just it just felt like Sonic was trying to be Deadpool and Stuart Little at the same time. And if you know their personalities, they do not match. They're completely different people.
I think it's. I think it's going a bit too far just to say that like, oh well, Sonic's trying to be Deadpool just because he breaks the fourth wall. Like that's not all Deadpool does. Deadpool is very like grotesque and
No,
violent about like the things he
it's.
does and
I'm not
says.
talking about breaking the fourth wall only, but I'm also talking about the subtle, the what's the word I'm looking for? The snappy jokes, the snappy comebacks, and always having something to answer to everything
Oh
with
yeah, that's
that
Sonic.
this
He's Spider
that
Man.
is
Like
Sonic.
Yeah,
yeah.
But no, but the thing is, Sonic doesn't do that. Sonic doesn't talk. Like this
talk about
isn't.
low budget flights, no food or movies. I'm out of here. I like
That
right
is a
there.
line from the video game. Like
Listen, the thing is that there's different character styles of speaking, and they're putting him all together for him, and it just didn't fit for me.
I gotta bring this into perspective, but like ever since okay, Sonic only doesn't talk in the Genesis games, and that is because they didn't have the technology for him to make him talk. Ever since he was introduced on TV, cartoons, and eventually in the later on when they got better technology in Sonic CD, and ever since he started talking, that's what he did. Quips,
Yes,
quips left
but
and right, and
the
since
reason
then
I
to this day, that is what he does.
he stopped. Yeah, but as I mentioned at the very beginning, I was very happy that Timmy said that his introduction to the series was through the actual the anime cartoon, was because of this exact reason. Because for me, I liked Sonic not talking. That's how it was introduced to me, and I liked his character not talking. And I knew that someone who was introduced to Sonic with him talking would probably feel more comfortable with him playing that role instead, which is completely fair. And that's why I immediately mentioned, as soon as he mentioned that I was like, I'm glad you said that because your perspective now will be much more different from mine. Because I don't like talking Sonic. If talking Sonic says stupid jokes like these, I fucking hate it. I don't like it at all. So no, I'm not going to just be like, oh, well, that's the Sonic now. No, that's not the Sonic that I grew up with. I don't like it. And I'm trying to be okay with it because that's what everyone's trying to do to accommodate the masses. But it is not what I like. It's never been what I like. That's Sonic not talking, just having that cool glare. That's all I ever needed from him. And I was very happy with him and he was very cool with that. Since then, he has not been cool. And I hate that shit. It makes it so annoying for me. So that's why I made that specific point at the very beginning, because I don't like it. And that's fair that you do if that's what you like. It's just not what I like. And I feel like the movie just multiplied that by like a freaking thousand. And I really didn't like that.
Well, that's the nature of trying to turn a video game character into a fucking movie character.
I know.
Even if, okay, barring that I disagree, even if I was, even if we were on the same page, it's yeah, that's kind of the problem you run into when you take a video game character. Let's say the modern Sonic games never existed. Let's say Sonic Adventure 1 onward never happened and Sonic has never said a word in his life. Why the fuck would you want to make a movie about Sonic? Why?
I don't know. You guys asked for it, not me.
I didn't ask for shit.
I didn't
I
ask for it.
specifically said they better not make a goddamn Sonic movie, especially with the fucking original design that they went with. Hell no. I did not want this movie. I said from the beginning, I didn't want these movies at all.
Well, I
For
didn't
this.
want the movies, and I am not satisfied with what they did with the voice, or not the voice, because I don't really care about the voice, but the personality given behind the character in terms of how he speaks. I don't like it at all. I feel like it's a cheap knockoff of Deadpool, who has a family that is fucking Stuart Little, and it just does not make sense at all. No. It's
With
like
that I don't get, because it's Spider-Man. He quips. That's what he does. Like,
okay,
Stuart
he's
Little
not
quips.
Spider-Man.
All the time.
Let's make it clear. I understand that everyone likes to compare everyone to Spider-Man, but he's not Spider-Man
Well, I'm not even saying
at all.
because I'm saying the Deadpool comparison is even worse because Deadpool is supposed to be like an M-rated, grotesque, dirty ass, dirty gutter-headed character who says gross shit all the time on top of his fourth wall breaks. Sonic is a shit talker. He's always been a shit talker. Whenever he had the opportunity to talk shit. And it's only recently that instead of actually having an attitude like he used to back in the day, now he's this weird PG corporate version of Sonic who kind
That's
of
what I'm
just
saying.
says
Because I didn't say that I don't like his Deadpool. I said I don't like the mix between Deadpool and Stuart Little. I don't like that he's like trying to say these normally what you would use R rated R freaking terminology for, but he's using rated PG words for it. It sounds so lame, cheesy. Like if you're gonna do a quippy comeback, fucking do it right. Don't fucking. What are you saying right now? It's like it's not cool Sonic. It's not what I grew up with. It's so corny. It's just so. Ugh, I don't like it.
I
It's not
yeah,
a
I
good
just
mix.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
If my origin for Sonic was him having this kind of personality in a PG setting, and that was my original imprint of Sonic is. First, I don't think I would have liked the Sonic series at all. And if I did, then I would accept the movies and the animation all as they are because that is how I was introduced.
That
Which is why I completely understand and respect anyone who does like it the way it is because that's what they came into, and that's why I told in the very beginning that I was like, oh, okay, see, so because you came into it this way, I can understand you liking it that way, and that's perfectly fine. I'm saying that for me, I didn't like it that way because that's not how I was introduced into it, and that's just for me. That's it.
I'm so confused. Okay, remind me what was your starting point for Sonic again?
The original Sonic games on the Sega.
Yeah, like same as me. I was there from the beginning. So
But you
it
seem
can't
to
just
have
be that.
enjoyed his. You seem to have enjoyed his speaking form. And then again, you have to remember you are your lifeblood is Sonic. So you'll like Sonic if he fucking talks in fucking Spanish. Like it doesn't fucking matter. You fucking love Sonic through and through, and that's perfectly fine. But as I mentioned in the beginning, that's not me. I like Sonic in general.
Yeah. So
And
the
in
problem
general,
can't
I
be.
like Sonic.
Yeah, the problem can't be the introductory point because we literally have the same introduction. It's something else.
No, the problem is that in my introduction to this character it was how it was set for me to enjoy him, whether I enjoyed him or not.
Yeah.
Because if I had met him in the stages where he was talking, I would not have liked Sonic as a character, and I would not have been interested to even watch the movies.
Yeah.
So that's why I feel like it is important for where your point of entry is, because that sets the tone for whether you even like a character or not.
But that's
And
not the
so
case here. We have the same introduction point, the beginning, when he didn't talk.
Well, but for you, you chose to like what the other options that come with him. I didn't.
Because like it was just a natural evolution that like okay, so this character who wasn't able to talk before, not because he was unable to talk, like it's not like Sonic was ever mute or anything. It's just that the video games were video games, and you spend all your time just going from point A to point B. There's no cutscenes, there's no story, there's no like narrative or anything like that going on. So like there's no time for him to have a conversation. But in every other media where there is story, like the cartoons and stuff like that, Sonic talks. The only reason why he doesn't talk in the games is because there's a video game to be played. There's no time to be speaking, and like they didn't want to waste time like back in the Genesis era to make cutscenes for this simple 2D platforming game where you just run to the right and go through loop loops. But when it came to like the transition to 3D, they're like, okay, we gotta go super big, super bad. We want a full narrative. We want this game to be like a movie. We're gonna have characters speaking to each other and talking shit and all that. And it wasn't just Sonic that got a voice. Everybody started talking, and it's like it was just natural. It was just the
Yeah,
natural evolution of everything. Not even just Sonic, but everything. Mario
yeah.
started got a voice eventually. Like all of the fucking 3D mascots became like verbose in some way, shape, or form. And it's like we didn't think about it too hard. It wasn't that like, ill. Sonic's talking now. This is an outrage. He needs to be silent. He was always silent
No,
before this. It's like,
I didn't mind. I don't mind that he talks. I don't like how he talks. The things that personality behind it. Like for Mario, now that he has a voice, that's the way he speaks makes sense for him. I think that his character's form and his dialogue and his personality fits him. I think that was a good transition because it doesn't feel like it was forced to fit an audience. It just feels like that's him. But I feel like just Sonic was. the voice for him just I feel like it was forced. Like it just doesn't feel natural for him. I personally don't like it. And again, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying I don't like it, which is okay because I don't
Yeah,
have to like it. So I'm just saying that
yeah. You
for
don't have to
me,
like it. I'm just
the
trying to
the
pinpoint
mix
why.
because I don't like the flow of a character who tries to sound cool but says the lamest shit. It just doesn't fit for me. I don't like it. It's not it's weird even. And it's just I never and that's why like I started watching the cartoon when I was young because I was like, oh, Sonic, he's got a cartoon, and I started watching it, and like I don't know, maybe 3 episodes in, I gave up because I was like, I don't like it. I don't like his voice. I don't like him talking. It's weird. So I just kind of gave up. And even then, he wasn't as bad as this movie. It was much more n- natural than this. So if I didn't like that, I definitely didn't like this, you know? And but that's why earlier when I said that I don't rate the movie in a negative base because of that, is because I'm trying to make it very clear. My personal preference on the character and the way he talks and whatever, that's a me thing, which is why I can't knock the movie down on rating because I don't like specifically how he talks. Because if that's how that's how they wanted to present the character, that's how they wanted to target the audiences, sure, whatever works for them, it's their movie, it's their money. It's just the whole overall package that I was rating, but in no way was I counting my personal feelings about Sonic as a character as a whole in the series. But I'm just caveating that on a personal level, I really don't like his personality that was given to him in the movie series. I feel like it's very Gen Z-ish, and but just worse. It's terrible.
Okay. How do you feel about how Shadow was portrayed through this movie?
Um, I liked that he was portrayed much better. I was a little bit, I'm not gonna say. So I think that they did a really good job with how they were trying to portray him, which is why I really liked him, and that's why I was saying earlier that when I mentioned what my favorite thing about the movie was actually a contrast to what my least favorite thing was, which was Sonic's personality. I liked Shadows' personality. However, I feel like I don't want to sound mean, but I feel like Keanu Reeves' age showed in the movie. Like he was kind of talking really slowly, like not trying to forget his lines. I don't know. Obviously, that wasn't the case. But it was like the vibe I got off of the way he was talking. Like Shadow shouldn't be talking like an old man, I guess, is what I was kind of feeling. But regardless, his tone was very cool. His demeanor was very cool. His personality shined really well. I personally liked the feeling I got of a natural form of Shadow. And I also liked Tails, and I also liked Knuckles at the beginning. Then I didn't like him after. Then I got the context from the show. Then I liked him again. So, because I got context. Context is important.
I personally like Shadow, but I think like the fact that Gerald was still alive, it ended up with like Shadow not having as active a role in the story as much as he did in the games, which kind of sucked.
I like Keanu Reeves' Shadow in this movie. I was a bit scared because I just played the Shadow Generations DLC where you play as Keanu Reeves'
He
Shadow.
did not do a good job.
Yeah, it's rough. It's pretty rough in the game. I can't pinpoint why. It just seems very phoned in.
Did he
And
sound old?
Keanu Reeves sounds like he constantly has something stuck in his throat. He
Right?
just will not ever clear it. But like, thankfully, he's consistent throughout the whole movie. So it's like, okay, so I
Yeah,
guess this is just what
exactly.
Shadow sounds like in the movie. So
Yeah,
I guess
exactly.
fine, I could get past it. But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. Like,
Also, can I just? I understand. Okay, ugh, this is me just, I guess, nitpicking. I guess I don't know. I understand that they want to show the bike. I get it. The bike is cool. That's his thing. It's in the game. Whatever.
God,
Sure,
here
I
we
get
go.
it. Like,
Oh
but
God,
did
here we
he
go.
need that bike? The dude was fucking
No, he
teleporting,
doesn't need the
bro.
bike. We
He was
know. Oh
teleporting.
my God. I've been saying this since the Shadow Hedgehog game came out. What if he just likes bikes, huh? What if he just likes guns? Why can't he
Canonically,
just
that
have
is
a
the reason
hobby?
why he has that stuff.
Fuck,
Yeah,
like he just
which is
enjoy having
okay.
those things.
Okay. Canonically, okay, but all right. So I'm not saying it's bad to like it, but he just got out of a fucking tube. First of all, how did he learn how to fucking ride a bike? Did they have those type of bikes 50 years ago? Second of all, he just got out of a fucking tube. Like, was he like, I just got out of a tube. I'm emotionally traumatized, but
Hold on.
this AR 350 is fucking cool as hell, bro. Let me just really quickly learn how to drive
Drark
this and master it and learn
guns.
how to fuse my skills with it so that I can make it teleport with me and then just kind of go about my day.
The first motorcycle was invented in 1885. Yeah, yeah.
I'm not saying, bro, duh. I know motorcycles been around for a long time,
So he
but
could
that's
have
not.
had
That
a
is,
motorcycle.
listen. Yamahas and Suzuki motorcycles were not around in the 1800s. At least not the nice fancy one he was
Yeah, this
driving.
was just
Holy
invented. This
shit.
is like still 100 plus years off from that. Like he could have it off of 2024.
In
So
the middle of like causing
1974.
chaos. In the middle of causing chaos, he found a fucking motorcycle manual and he just read it real quick. He was
What
just
kind of
like,
motorcycles
oh.
existed in 1984? Hold on.
He's like, this is a nice one. My great grandfather used to ride these babies. Let me just learn how to get this one back. And okay, all right, sweet, nice.
Yeah, they got some pretty like.
And also, what kind of motorcycle fits fucking Shadow? Shadow is like maybe waist size. Like, what kind of motorcycle made for an adult, which is the only size, is gonna fucking be perfectly sized for Shadow? Like, what?
Like I'm gonna put this in the chat, but like
I'm just nitpicking so hard.
this is a 1974 Honda. Fuck. Put it in here. Damn it. You know, I'll just share my screen. Fuck it. It's pretty. I don't want to say modern. This is probably old by motorcycle standards, but it's not that far from what we know motorcycles today.
Bro, that looks okay, we're gonna have to watch this movie again.
I know this is still an old bike, but like it's still a
Okay,
motorcycle.
all right. An- Another thing, again, Shadow is waist high. So in retrospect, he how on this. Like, man,
I don't know.
I'm just nitpicking. It's not a problem. Like I saw that and I didn't go like, why is the bike so I so didn't no, I didn't care. It's cool and it's meant to be cool and it's meant to be enjoyable. That's it. Fuck it, I get it. I'm not complaining about I'm just joking about that shit.
Director says Jim Carrey's a big just to play for the big change.
Oh, just Gerald's existence. Okay, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of docking the points from the movie for bending over backwards to have as much Jim Carrey as possible. I get it. Get people like him and his acting stuff, but it's like I feel like it came at a detriment to the movie overall.
I think Shadow wouldn't have been able to stand as an antagonist on his own. Especially in a movie without Rouge. Like, there wouldn't be a Team Dark at all in this movie because you literally can't have Rouge. So it's like, Somebody's got to do it. I don't really mind the fact that Gerald's back. Gerald was alive for this movie. I don't really mind the whole double Jim Carrey shit. It's just that like, and I mentioned this in the car with Aurora. That last the climax of the movie, we needed a Bio-Lizard. We needed
Yeah.
it. Absolutely. Like they sort of did the thing. We had Live and Learn, kinda. It's a very chopped up, weird version of Live and Learn, but it was there.
Cuts to the very it starts to get all pumped up, and then it cuts to Gerald spanking Eggman.
And then it goes back into Live and Learn for Sonic and Shadow to fight a bunch of regular basic bitch gun robots in space, which isn't bad, but it's sure as fuck not Bio-Lizard, and it's like. I wasn't expecting supporting me. Nah, that wasn't gonna happen. But at
All right.
least, some other, because Gerald. Well, okay. What I said about Shadow also applies to Gerald. Neither Gerald or Shadow were ever going to stand as good final antagonists for this movie on their own. Because the stakes have only been upped in this movie from the last movie. Just from the Eclipse canon in general. Alright, cool, I get that, but, that's as simple as, Sonic runs through it and blows it up. Or whatever they did is what they did. The actual danger was that fucking Bio-Lizard was about to crash the fucking Ark, which doesn't exist in this movie, onto the Earth and destroy everything. So it's the superpowered hedgehogs were not going to fight a 110 old man. No, it was never going to happen. We needed Bio-Lizard, if not Bio-Lizard, literally anything else. If they really want to introduce Metal Sonic, it should have been during this movie. And
really quickly, guys. Really quickly.
Yeah.
We've steered so far. Let's get back on topic. I'm gonna.
Did you ever think of a question to me? Another question.
I thought I did. I asked one.
Okay. So
okay.
I'll ask real quick. Audio. How did you like the audio for 3 specifically?
I'm so glad they finally started using musical references. More than 3 musical references for the game. I greatly appreciate that they have Live and Learn sort of kind of thematically sprinkled throughout the movie, which is how it should have been. I wouldn't have accepted anything else. Yeah, the what was it? S3K level complete jingle. Yeah, that was in there. Someone said Cityscape was in there. I didn't hear it. I missed that completely.
Apparently it played, but it didn't, the main melody and lead parts didn't play. It's all the backing instrument parts were played.
What the fuck? That's weird.
Yeah.
I caught Eggman's 06 theme in there a few times. That was a weird choice. It was about as weird as a choice as bringing that theme back for Colors and Unleashed and so on, because it's the lamest version of his theme. They had his Eggman theme play from SA2 for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it. It should have been that. They played the pre-credits theme from SA2, the Sayonara Shadow the Hedgehog. Was the drowning music finally used? No, nobody drowned.
They should have played For True Story when Supersonic, Super Shadow were fighting.
Yeah.
Bum, bum, bum.
Yeah. And I couldn't tell, but I feel like there was a lot more. I feel like a lot. I really hate that most of the score in these movies are fucking orchestral nonsense. Some of it almost sounded familiar, but I just could not link it in my head. It's like I feel like the song is referencing something, but it also sounds like it's not. And if it isn't, why isn't it? uh,
Next question. Does it make you want to play the games more?
it's not going to get me to stop playing the games for sure. Like I'm
Yeah.
not like
I
That's
can't
the
say it like
adverse
it
reaction, but all
entices me
right.
to want to play the games just on the movie alone.
It does or it doesn't?
It doesn't.
SA2 is
Oh.
my mother box. Like you're never going to get me to stop playing that game. Like no. Even
He
if this
didn't
movie
say
was
yes or
god
no. He
awful.
was just like, I mean, it didn't make me not want to play it.
Yeah, even if this movie was god awful, that would probably make me want to play the game even more, just to wash the taste out of my mouth. Like,
All right, what question have we got?
um, I think we kind of incidentally covered a lot of the questions that I had.
All right, well then I have one final question. Final thoughts. The whole thing wrapped up. Number 3.
Oh shit. I think ultimately for me, I'm in the same boat with the Sonic movie franchise as I am with Kingdom Hearts currently. Um, this third entry, which while shouldn't have had to happen to begin with, I'm glad that now that it did, um, it at least did its job. It's not perfect. It could have been way better, or well, it could have been way better because they kind of fucked up the entire setting of the universe from the beginning. But like, it
Yeah,
did
you
its
can't blame
job.
that on 3.
Yeah, I can't blame it on 3. I blame the first movie for everything, for every problem going onward. But it did its job, and um, I feel better that like now we're past this, and I don't give a shit about anything that goes on from this point forward. I'm checking out. I'm no longer investing myself in this franchise or Kingdom Hearts in the future. I just don't care anymore.
Wait, Sonic as a whole or the movies?
Movies, just the movies.
Oh, because you said franchise, I got scared for a
The
second.
movie franchise, the movie series. I'm okay with this. Um, I would have liked for this movie to be the last movie, but of course, money is to be made. So realistically, that wasn't going to happen. So yeah, I feel pretty good about the end results. Of course, I have some gripes about like a lot of missed opportunities, but you know that can't be helped anymore because they fucked it up from the beginning. It was always doomed. So yeah, I'm okay with what we got, and you guys have fun moving forward. I'm checking out.
What about you, Timmy?
So yeah, basically the third movie, to sum it all up, it's honestly I feel like it's the peak of what these movies could accomplish with what they have and the stuff they set up, which is good because it's a genuinely good movie. That being said, I guess since they are going to make more, I'm kind of glad that the general impression that I was getting, especially with post credit scene, is like they're kind of now just doing whatever they want, and they're not like going to be tied to any specific game that like I'm going to be. If I watch the next stuff, I'm not going to be thinking, okay, well, are they going to do these specific plot beats? I can just watch whatever they're putting down and just judge it for that, you know. Like I'm not going to be watching for and expecting like certain beats that happened in like CD to happen. It's like it's whatever. And that's like I brought up the OVA before because it's like I wasn't expecting them to do any particular things from the games and then so it's like I'm I like being the fact that can just watch it more with like an open mind, I guess, because it's not restricted by anything.
Yeah, that's very good. It's kind of like the same thought process I had for the Halo series, where everyone is like, no, it's got to stick to the game, but they were just like, I mean, we'll follow most of the game, but really this is just going to be its kind of its own story. And
From its
so, and
inception, it wasn't gonna be the game, so it's like now they're addressing
yeah,
like, yeah, they're just gonna do what they can do whatever you want
yeah.
now, so go ahead and do
So
it.
you can watch it in like without restriction, without
Yeah,
any kind of like walls around it, which allows you to enjoy it more. That's really cool. Like I really, because when I watched the Halo series in that mindset, I really enjoyed it. And of course, if it was in the specific universe under specific circumstances, I would have been like, what? But because I know that that wasn't the case, I was able to enjoy it, kind of like a reimagining, and that's okay. Like it doesn't have to always be one to one. So that made it more enjoyable for me. And I saw other people losing their fucking minds about the Halo series, but I was fucking enjoying it. So I understand what you're saying.
like at this point, like, as long as they stay like true to the core of what makes these characters so important to people, and like if anything, just like these versions that they've made of these characters, why they're like, despite the changes they made, despite how they're people really like these versions. So it's like, as long as they understand that and still play to that, like it won't be perfect, but it's, like I'll still be engaged with it.
Yeah. For me, my final thoughts on this is honestly, I'm hopeful because I did notice a transitional shift in Sonic's character um, from the first movie to the third one. Whereas in the third one, he was kind of like I don't want to say crazy, but just kind of lonely, and lonely makes you crazy kind of personality. Um, and then up until three, he became very cheery and confident because he just had so many people around him, and that was really nice to see. But then there were many times where Sonic kind of showed a dark side of himself, where he was just like, "Fuck friendship, fuck the rules, fuck everything." Like do what the fuck I say. And it showed a side of Sonic that I kind of needed to see for me to be like, that's the Sonic I like. That's the Sonic I grew up enjoying, which is more of a badass kind of Sonic.
He
And
locked
that's
in, so to speak.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Like he locked in. And I feel like in the current environment he's in, it's hard for him to lock in because everything's just like this perfect world. And it's gonna take something drastic for Sonic to really have to lock in 24/7, or at least, a good portion. And we got a hint of that in this movie. We were able to see what would happen if he lost a friend, and he fucking goes Super Saiyan, and it says fuck you to his friends, and just kind of loses it a little bit, and not even in a like berserk rage kind of way, but like in a I don't really give a shit,
I was
just
mentally comparing it
get
to
out of my way.
Spider-Man, like after he lost Aunt May and was going ham
Yeah,
on
yeah,
Green
yeah,
Goblin.
yeah, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I liked that, because again, for me, that's more of a tone of character that I resonate with, in terms of like what I viewed for him growing up playing him. Um, and now it's not to say that going forward it'll be like that, because God knows they could do something like this movie again where he's all well, we went through that whole spiel about how I don't care for his current personality, but um, I'm hopeful because, as we said, there's just too many underlying pieces that just don't leave too much room for them to fuck it up. And I mean, they could, and at that point, it is what it is.
I mean, I
But
do think it's like it would be like, considering the version of Sonic in the movies, and if they do go with the usual Amy thing where like she's chasing him and has a crush on him, like seeing that version of him deal with that kind of like character dynamic would be interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
Ooh, can
And
I share? You know what? I'll let you finish.
and, um, one of the things that make me hopeful is not only, as we were talking about earlier, the kind of direction that seems to be like the direction they have to go for it to make sense, but um that ending credit itself really set the tone. It wasn't just the fact that it was, Metal Sonic and Amy, and they were just like, there it's just it was this ominous dark place. It was like just the shadow. It kind of painted a picture of like a foreshadowed future for Sonic and his story. And for me, it makes me hopeful that I hope he does get some kind of um I don't want to call it tragic, but some kind of circumstance that makes him have to be locked in. And if I can get a Sonic that is locked in half of the movie, even, I'll be very, very satisfied. And I'll feel very in tune with with the story. Like the story will just automatically be much better for me. And part of me fanboying over that idea, I really hope I get to get a scene where we see Sonic kind of with like angry brows, zipping through the map at the fastest way possible, like how you guys do like speed runs to get through the map. Sonic doing the same thing, but it's not necessarily a speed run he's doing, but like an angry run to collect all the rings, to beat up all the metal robots and metal Sonics that he finds, to kind of get back at whoever ruined his life in any way, and just kind of reliving the game maps of him just kind of going through that, but also there being a reason behind it, not just him doing a speed run, but like he's angry at everyone ruining everything. He wants to go home. He has a cooler personality in this version of universe timeline, whatever it is. I think that's all really cool, and it would be exciting to see. Now, of course, the odds of that happening are very slim, but it just makes me hopeful that that would be a direction they go, considering that there really isn't much room for anything else unless they just say "fuck you." And in that case, I mean, like Mike said, fuck it. But at the same time, like you said to me, if they do go that way, that's fine because at that point, I'll just watch the movie series in an objective view of like it's not supposed to follow the story. It's its own thing, and it's fine. I won't be happy about his personality, but outside of that, I'm sure I'll enjoy the movie the way I enjoyed this one. So yeah, I guess that really didn't speak too much for the movie itself. That just spoke for the future of the series. My final thoughts on this movie: it was fun. Jim Carrey did a really good job. I liked the little uh uh Easter eggs, the little babies from the game, but they were the actual like people and they were dancing in the Tokyo restaurant. I thought that was funny and cute. Um I'm hoping to see them again later. Maybe the real versions of them. But yeah, I thought that it was a overall well scripted, funny movie, with lots of action and lots of cool Easter eggs. Now, Mike, what were you gonna say?
So this might be a tad controversial. Um, am I the only one who is a little bit afraid that with the introduction of Amy, that they're going to try some weird feminist girl boss story bullshit?
Yeah, because like
Ah.
they might try some stuff like what they did with Peach. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Because like they're slowly in the games even trying to get rid of the fact that she was chasing him and had a crush on him. But it's like that was like some people don't like it, but like that was a part of her character that I don't appreciate them trying to like erase from her history.
Like there are things that they changed about Amy in just this recent Sonic Generations uh, re-release that don't really make a whole lot of sense. I think, like, okay, I sort of get that the change where like Sonic is literally just stiff arming her. Like, it was funny, but I understand why that wouldn't fly today, right? Like, I get it. But what I don't get is when they changed, like, when Amy knocks Knuckles into the tree. Like,
Yeah, it was funny.
yeah. And it's like, which is it? Is she not strong and independent? Or is she, like, what was the point of that? Like, I don't, I don't get it. And they also removed the line of her like, oh, I can flirt with you again. Like, okay, I understand them
Don't you
getting
just
rid of that line. It's just that
don't
like,
you just miss the days where they just don't talk?
I mean, even in the days where they don't talk, she would still like chase after him and like
yeah,
hold him and kiss him. So
Mm.
yeah, it was okay when
Sexual
Sonic was
assault.
getting
Sexual
molested,
assault.
but yeah,
Sexual assault. Sexual assault.
well, Sonic's a guy, so it's okay. But like, I'm really scared that they're gonna because the other thing is, it's not like. Because as much as I would like this movie to get into, oh god, this is a weird sentence for me to say. As much as I would like these future movies to get into like '06 territory, where like okay, we're going to introduce Silver and he's like trying to kill Sonic and Endless Trigger and blah blah blah. Like whenever they introduce a new character into these movies, that character is going to play a very 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 significant and pivotal role to the plot and is going to be there the entire time. Amy is typically like pretty sidelined immediately in any story that she's in because she's just not like a main player of like in the Sonic games other than like SA1 where she's playable or Heroes. But even then, like even in Heroes where she has her own campaign and all that stuff, like she's not important. Like never was.
she's usually critical in like a moment where she wins over someone through like her heart, I guess. In the case with like Shadow or Gamma,
Yeah, and I don't
that's
think they're
kind of her
gonna do
role in the
that.
story.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to do that for Amy in the future. I think they're definitely going to go for some like I'm strong and independent and I can do bad by all myself, but I need Sonic for some reason. I think it's going to be weird. I think it's going to get real fast. We also got to need an explanation of how the fuck you got here in the first place. It's like, hate the setting. It ruins everything. But yeah, like Sonic 3 is a good movie. It is the only good movie out of the three movies.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's the only one that doesn't have any super cringy bullshit. Well, one of the squares on my bingo card was Maddie and Rachel's 15-minute fabulous feminist adventure. I honestly believe that they were going to do it again. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Yeah, I need to speak on that. Anyone notice that like this movie was like way more fun than the other movies, and part of the reason for that was because the humans took a massive backseat, and by the humans I mean specifically like Tom, Maddie, and the good guys. Like, I think it's fine when the humans are either antagonistic or just there, but like when the story isn't about them, these movies get a hell of a lot more fun.
I agree, but I will say that something I was kind of a little disappointed in was I really enjoyed um the build up for Sonic when he, used the Chaos Emerald. But in this one, they kind of made it not a thing. Like
Ooh, yeah. Hold
it's
on.
like kind of like Goku, like when Goku first goes Super Saiyan, and everyone's like, "Oh shit," or any transformation. But then after that, they just transform like it's a regular Tuesday kind of thing, And I maybe all right for Sonic, but it was Shadow. I kind of not just Shadow, but both of them. I would have liked it if they made that transformation a little bit more spectacular. And what the fuck happened to the Chaos Emeralds after that?
Yeah, I got to bring that up. Like, yeah, there's so much. We were about to wrap it up, but there's so much shit that we haven't talked about.
I know.
Like, that's an example of that's example of what I'm talking about when they like jumping through flaming hoops for no reason. The Chaos Emeralds were pivotal to the story of SA2. That was like the whole point. He gathered the Chaos Emeralds to power the Eclipse Cannon so he could fire the fucking laser to destroy Earth. That's the entire threat. They completely sidelined the Chaos Emeralds, the Master Emeralds, entirely until it came time for Sonic to go Super, and instead introduced these two keys that they gotta get. And it's like, why? You have a story made for you already. like, there's nothing wrong with the two keys. Maybe they did that because they didn't want them hunting down 7 different fucking MacGuffins for the story. But, like, you could have. like, I think that would have been much more fun than, like, okay, let's go to Tokyo and let's go to London and call it a day. Like, what? Like, why? Fuck. These stories have been written for you already. They already exist. Why are you working so hard? It's like the CEO of Oreos. Like, we work really hard to make all these flavors. Don't go home. Be with your families. The checks write themselves. Stop making new storylines.
Yeah, there was a lot of okay, because I think we spent a good amount of time of talking about like the introspects of the movie, but not actually the details of the movie. So, the transformation was one thing that I was a little bit about. The Chaos Emeralds just completely vanishing and then not having an important role at all in this movie after what just happened in part two and literally what the fuck they went through for them, and then they were just like, "Oh, well, I guess we don't need them anymore." So that was weird. And then the third thing, and probably the most important thing for me in this specific movie, was the main antagonists, which was supposed to be Gun, and then like it was leading up to them being like there was a master plan, that chick was like behind it, and like they were gonna do something. And as soon as the chick saw the dude not be dead, which he was, it was just he was being impersonated. As soon as she saw him, she just gave him the card and went away, and then Gun no longer became an issue.
Give me the
And I'm
card.
just
You're
like,
gone from this
and,
movie. Okay.
and that and literally all the buildup that happened for Gun up until that point, gone. No relevance whatsoever. Nothing. The fact that the main villains were them for Shadow, even no relevance, nothing. The fact that the ones that killed the girl, Gun, no relevance, nothing. The chick that was building up this, I don't know what the hell was going on, but like literally nothing. Completely disappeared. Their story done right there, and I'm just kind of sitting there like, was was that it? Like, did they finish their story? Like, I feel like there's something was supposed to happen here, but okay, nothing else. All right, sure. That was weird for me too.
That is a weird pacing issue that like I can't even really pinpoint when it became an issue. Because like Gun isn't necessarily an antagonistic force. They're like an alternative good guy force that are kind of incompetent and like they like Sonic's interference with like their operations was mostly like, yeah, you guys suck so we have to like stop Robotnik for you. So we're gonna do that by infiltrating your headquarters. And
Even
like,
that, they started off as allies,
yeah,
which then started off went into like enemies, and then went back to allies. Like, and like even Shadow's first line to like not first, but one of the first lines he says to Sonic was, "You dropped out of a gun helicopter. Like, why would I fuck with you at all?" You know? And I'm just like, okay, so th- we don't like Gun right now. Okay, Gun is doing some sketchy shit. Okay, okay, they were the ones that killed the girl. Okay, man, Gun sounds like they be causing too many problems, and even Sonic is not trusting them right now. Okay, okay, what's going on with Gun? Oh, nothing. That was it. Oh, okay. You see, like
I
they were building it up and then just stopped.
I do appreciate that Maria's death was a genuine accident. Is that weird? Is that weird that like
Also, yes, I agree. I agree with you. I appreciate that that was all a genuine thing. It wasn't like like the Doctor Robotnik was like lying about that or whatever. I agree. However, the reason I'm not too angry necessarily about the fact that they just kind of like half-ass dropped that whole story with them was because of that story with Maria. Because when they shot the girl, the guy that took the shot, I should say, he said, "I have orders." However, the two people who were literally above him were right there, which was Dr. Robotnik and his immediate superior, that was, the guy that even the chick was like, "Oh shit, you're alive. Here's your card back." Like, that was the boss. He gave the orders to literally stop. So who the fuck supersedes him to say no, still take that shot, you know?
oh
So
no,
obviously there's someone within Gun that they haven't introduced in this movie yet, and they're building up for it for the next movie. It has to be the only fucking possible explanation for why this isn't even going the way it is right now.
well, cuz like cuz like I'm pretty sure he was the one who gave those orders, but he did it
But
like
then he said no, stop,
well
and then he tried to
yeah,
literally take the
because
gun from
Maria
him.
was like his orders was to stop Shadow. But like Shadow and Maria were together, so he was trying to stop him from possibly accidentally like don't shoot Maria. Like stop. There's a kid there. Like yeah, I know I told you to stop the hedgehog, but there is also a child. Chill
Yeah,
out.
but then that order should supersede because it's literally whatever the fuck I say. Not, well, I know what you're trying to say, boss, but I mean, still, you also said no. Like, what? The order is stop. Literally taking the gun from him. I told you to fucking stop. Like, what are you doing? Like, and the way he said it didn't sound like. But like he could have said, but you said to take the, and like no, I said, like he said we have orders. Like, it didn't come from you. Like, it came from someone else that said fucking take the shot, because he was like ready to like, I don't give a fuck what you say, I'm taking this shot, you know. And so to me that was a very strange scene where he did that, because it was one of those, I don't care what you're saying. If he had said something like, "But you said," then I would have been like, "Oh, okay, yeah." But no, he was just like, "No, we have orders. I'm fucking taking that shot right now anyway." So to me, that might indicate that there's someone secretly in the organization above or below, or I don't know, that is running the
That
show.
that makes sense, but that would also be giving them way too much fucking credit to set something like that
Yeah,
up.
that would be. But like, but then why kind of hint? Why set this up? Because they
I'll
absolutely spent the good 75% of this movie setting Gunn up to be a villain, and then literally just fucking stopped,
I'll give
completely
you
stopped.
I'll give you another one that pisses me off severely. So in the first Sonic movie, it is mentioned that apparently Tom's father, used to work for the military, and he was a part of some incident that occurred, and I quote, 50 years ago. They specified that. It's like, yeah, it wasn't your father in the military and he was involved in some bullshit 50 years ago. And on my bingo card, I put like, oh my god, what if Tom's father is Maria's killer? Like, what if the guy who shot Maria was Tom's father? And then that would be a reason for Shadow to go after Tom specifically, and then that would be a reason for Sonic to have to fight Shadow.
It's still a possibility, honestly.
Well, like, I don't know. I think we're past that at this point. But it's like, this would be the time to bring that up. But, no. Not even a mention. Like, Tom's history, none of that shit, not even a conversation. Not even all happen. Never brought up again. It's like, what the fuck was the point of that? And that's
Oh
the type of shit
man.
that's all over these movies, man. Oh my god. There were other things too. I went back to watch the first movie, and there were a bunch of like throwaway lines that seemed like it was setting up some shit for this third movie. And I'm like watching it, I'm like, oh my god. Oh my god, they actually brought this thing up in the first movie that could possibly be relevant in the third movie, and then it wasn't. And then suddenly just never. There's been a Wachowski protecting this town for over 50 years. Yep.
Yeah, like they unless this is the worst writer in history that just does not know how to close the plot holes, like there's got to be a bigger picture going to happen because it's just too much.
You would hope.
Absolutely too much. And they're like obvious plot holes too, you know? Like they're not even, it's not even like why did you even mention that line? You
Yeah.
know, why did you specifically say that? Like, oh,
Like, why would you be so specific about this line in particular and then not use
yeah,
it?
yeah. Like it just doesn't. It's really crazy,
Ugh.
really crazy. So like that's why it has to. I know I sound like a crazy conspiracy theorist about this whole alternate universe and whatever. It just has to because it's like they're saying, uh-huh. It's like that episode of SpongeBob when freaking Patrick finds the guy finds the wallet and he's like, "Isn't this your wallet?" No. Well,
Yeah.
is this your ID? Is this a picture of you in the ID? Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume it's your ID? Uh-huh.
Uh huh.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So then it's your ID.
It's
Nope.
not my
Like
wallet.
what? What? Like
Yeah.
that's what it feels like. It feels
Oh,
like it's like so then this is like this, uh-huh. And so you're giving us these clues, uh-huh. And so the only way to fix this is through this, right? Uh-huh. So then you're gonna fix it. Nope. What? Like that's what
another
it
thing on
feels
my
like right now.
another thing on my bingo card was that like by the end of the movie, like Sonic and the gang were gonna like leave Earth and go to some other space bullshit because I was super down with the oh god yeah I was so on the train of like oh yeah they're gonna go into Black Doom next time because we have Shadow now, and in this movie they introduced that he came from a fucking meteor, the Black Comet, and like maybe they'll go into space and then they'll go into like time travel. Then you can introduce other characters and shit, and you have another story. You don't have to bring back. You don't have to pay Jim Carrey a metric fuck ton of money to bring him back again, and it's like the easiest thing in the world. And this was before I realized that they don't like doing easy things. So like. That was on my bingo cards, like, oh, they're going to leave Earth. And at the beginning of the movie, the first thing they do is, oh, hey, Sonic, we're celebrating your Earth Day. Like, the day that you came to Earth for the first time. I was like, okay, they're definitely setting up for him to leave by the end of this movie. Nope. Never brought up again.
They're teasing the shit out of
It's
us,
like,
man.
what
They're
the
leaving us with no
fuck?
balls. It just don't make no sense. They're,
For
they're
what?
doing way too much.
What
Way
was
too
that whole
much.
camping scene even for? Damn! Added
Jeez,
nothing.
man.
Like, oh, they got to be doing something before Gunn shows up, so whatever. Just have him do anything. Camp.
it just has to go dark, man. It has to. I know it's a PG. I know the audience. I don't care. It has to. It's it's either that or it's like the writer saying we want to, we just can't.
We
You
want
know.
to, but we can't.
So like I don't know, man. That's frustrating as hell.
I don't get
But
it.
it's going to drive me crazy. I need to know what it is that I'm talking about. Like I mentioned that there's a show that just got dark really quickly. I don't know what it is, but I need to figure it out because it's driving me crazy.
Avatar.
Let me see. Was it Crunchyroll? Let me see. Oh. Maybe this just reminded me of Moon Kara. Yeah. Moon Kara
You
kind of
mean
took an
your
idea from
show?
that. No. But no, I'm saying like, cause like Moon Kara, yeah, I used some of the idea from the show Moon Kara, but then Moon Kara, I took that idea from a different show that we were talking about. So it's something in relation to that.
Legend of Korra.
No,
Sailor Moon.
no, but a show where where characters were getting slaughtered left and right.
Legend of Korra.
I should go back to that. uh,
Attack on Titan.
no. Because it started off like kind of like a happy, I don't know about happy, but just like,
Basic like story of kids gallivanting across the world, and she gets serious and
oh, it's getting closer. It's getting closer to my brain. Um,
ReZero. Naruto.
oh, I know
Uh,
now. I know now. We actually mentioned it earlier quite a few times.
uh, fuck, what was it?
Uh, I'm not gonna tell you the details in case you do decide to watch it,
Stuart
but
Little.
no, Arcane.
Yeah, Arcane.
Arcane did that. Arcane is a show where everything is kind of like happy-go-lucky, and then it goes dark real quick, real twisted, and you're just like, what the fuck? So yeah, but yeah, that's what it is. That's kind of the idea. I liked how it worked in that show, but I don't know if they're gonna do it in this movie series. I mean, at least to that level. That's too dark in the movie. It's way too dark. But at least like just a not happy Stuart Little life anymore kind of switch, I guess, would be acceptable. Any other like little things like that in the movie that you were just like, eh?
But yeah, Timmy, are you still here?
Yes.
Okay. I say this because we should wrap up. I mean, I guess we already did closing thoughts or final thoughts about the movie. I guess like, what else is there? All right, like okay, last thing. Favorite moments in the movie. Go. I have a weird one.
Oh.
The 5 seconds we got of super like live and learn.
Well, okay, I'm gonna cheat and just say the Super Sonic versus Super Shadow fight was pretty fucking hype.
Yeah. I remember all those times I would be talking to you, like saying they never did that, and like it's crazy how we never got that fight.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this before, but there's a YouTuber that I follow called Nando V Movies, and he has a series of videos that he calls One Small Change. And I planned back when I was wanted to do YouTube videos, I wanted to do a YouTube video of One Small Change, but for video games, and I wanted to do like SA2. And the small change that I would have made was that the conversation between Shadow and Amy in SA2 just wouldn't happen. And Shadow would actually be the final boss of the game, and you have to fight him as Super Shadow, as Super Sonic. And that would just be the final boss of the game. Like, there would be no Bio-Lizard, there would just be Sonic Shadow beefing. And I'm glad that we got that in some form, finally. Because besides Mecha Sonic, we never had like super fight between two super characters, like at all. Like the closest we got was like General in Advance 3. However you want to count that as a super form. But whatever. Technically it is.
He's using all the like power or energy of a super form, so it counts.
Or I guess Perfect Chaos, but like big monster fight. And they just never did anything like that again. It's like, let's just have like Super Sonic, Super Shadow fight. And they did it. You didn't even have to ask. I like that part. Another part though, for some reason, I really liked the whole scene of them going through the destroyed gun base, and Shadow's just picking everyone off one by one.
Yeah.
I love that shit.
I think if I had to pick a specific scene, I know it's silly, but I really liked it. It made me laugh, and it was when the three Dr. Robotnik, Knuckles, and Tails were able to shift the beam away from Earth, and then Dr. Robotnik goes like, I did it, and they kind of
I
look like
did
they're like,
it!
what? And then it
They made a
blows
dramatic
up half
moment
the
from the
moon,
game into a funny moment in
and
the
then
movie.
like they blow half the moon, and then he goes like, look what you did.
Like it's a really good
uh,
subversion of that element where they blow up the moon.
Yeah.
I thought that was freaking hilarious. Like he took all the credit for it going well, but as soon as it was bad, he was like, "You." That was a good scene.
And like, I knew Gerald was gonna die in this movie, but like, holy shit. What the fuck? That was like the most fucked up, kid friendly way to kill someone off.
He had a Disney death.
Just like, no, not even, because you saw him die. Like,
Well, you see them die in Disney movies.
you saw, no, like the whole, like a Disney death, you don't see the death at all. It's just like,
Yeah, but
cuts to another
What
scene.
about Clayton from Tarzan?
You don't see it. You see a silhouette from a distance in the rain, obscured by trees.
The way he died was so like a fly
It's
hitting
like,
like a
at least with a fly, you'll see them hit the buzzer and then fall to the ground slowly. None of that. You're just gone. Just
evaporated
atomized.
instantly. Not even like the smoke from like the after effects,
Yeah,
just like
just a spark and
nothing.
it's gone. Just like one frame of a spark. That was perfect.
Well, maybe he's not dead. There you go.
Nah.
Maybe
Nah, he's
he
dead.
got teleported into a future.
Nah,
You know,
he's gone.
I also like the
he's the one that
final
created the mecha robot, the Mechasonics. There you go.
that final Eggman scene where he was making a message.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
I kind of hope they don't bring him back
Oh,
because
yeah.
that's a perfect send off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is that Shadow made it.
He was super.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, he was super when he was pushing the arc.
Oh yeah.
Also, Sonic characters can survive a fall from space.
Yeah.
Oh.
As long as they're powered up through something on the way down.
Honestly, I don't even know why they bothered rescuing Sonic from the fall from space. He would have been fine.
What a waste of the ring.
Because
That ring was literally everything.
They really wasted that thing.
like, imagine if like it just ended with like he fell down to Earth and they don't know where he is, leading to the post-credit scene.
Honestly, yeah, that would have been so much better. Because Sonic doesn't know where things are anyway, so it's like, yeah, that makes so much more sense. What the fuck? Weird. That's like that was the whole reason why he couldn't just run to San Francisco. He didn't know where he was going. So it was like what if he still doesn't know where anything is? Ends up in fucking Africa or some shit, and then unleashed.
Also, how did Sonic not realize that he ran so fast for so long that he not only lost track of the other two he was racing, but it had been hours. But the thing is, it'd been hours. Like, to be fair, at the speed he must have been going, he should have hit New York like 36 times, at least. Like,
How far is Montana from New York?
The other side of the country.
not that far. It's probably the middle to New York. It's like Central Time.
I think he got warped or something while he was running. That's my theory.
Yeah, because I don't think that he would have lost them. I mean, not that they're faster, but like
He hit a time goalpost. It ran so fast, like in CD. Future. Like, what's that noise?
What's that noise?
Somebody say future?
I swear I saw someone in red run and like just ran past them. I don't know who that was, but whatever. Just casually speeds past the Flash and just continues.
Insane. Well, I think that's it.
Yep.
That was fun. That was fun.
It was.
Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for having this fun conversation all together. And then all the viewers that participated in chat or at least in their minds, thank you so much. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the movie, and if you haven't, go watch it and then make your own opinions. And yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning in.
Yeah, it's actually a good movie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They finally did it.
They finally did it. It took 3 movies, but we're here.
It took, what, 6 years?
And like...
And thank you, Jim Carrey, for deciding to stick it out to the end.
Oh, fuck yeah. Jim Carrey, once again, stealing the show for a 3rd time. Like... fuck. Like, man... It's gonna suck. Because I know they can't pull him out of retirement forever, right? Like,
I'm just curious, like, who's gonna be the villain then? Like, a Dr. Robotnik is gonna get replaced, or like?
That's how we felt at the end of Sonic 2. It's like, well, Jim Carrey's retired, so it's like, what the fuck? What are we gonna do now? And then they got him back, and now we're in the same boat again. It's like, well, what's gonna happen now? That's why I kind of thought that like we were gonna get into either Black Doom or like Sonic 06 because we got Mephiles, you got the Iblis bullshit. Like it could be anyone other than Eggman, but even so, like Eggman is always still like a pertinent part of those stories anyway. So it's like
Yeah, no matter how you cut it, no matter what villain you try to put in the forefront, Eggman is behind it all. So you're just like, so like, is he gonna come back at some point, or?
I'm a little afraid that like we're gonna get into into some weird like Sony MCU bullshit where it's like, oh, let's just make a bunch of Spider-Man villain movies without Spider-Man. It's like, no, you, no, stop.
Oh god, that would be terrible. Or reboot. How many reboots are we gonna go through? Oh no. Anyways, we're doing the tangent thing again. Thank you guys so much for watching.
Yes. Thank you all very much for sticking around and tuning in. I don't know when the next time we're going to do this. This was kind of like impromptu,
Impromptu.
mostly just because we just watched the movie. And, yeah, I don't know. Ha- Drark,
Yes.
how's your rebirth run going?
What rebirth run?
Yeah, I thought so. That's probably going to be the next talk. Whenever that
Seriously.
Well, y'all have fun with that.
Yeah.
Listen, I still need to complete the game, so
Yeah,
but at
you
this
sure as
moment,
fuck do.
yeah.
Yes, you
At
do.
this moment I've been more focused on Pal World, and especially now that the update is coming out soon, so yeah.
I need you to finish Rebirth, dude.
I know, but my priorities.
I need to talk to someone about this. I can't. I've had no one to talk to about this shit.
I got to. But like even my friend, like he decided to play the game because like 16 was getting him bored, and I was just like, I know I couldn't finish it either. I don't understand why people keep saying it was such a good game. I'm just dying over here playing it. But anyway, so he decided to play this one, and at first he was just like, oh, this is much better. But now he's at a point where he's just like, bro, this is just as boring. Like it's just like dragging on, and I've been doing the same shit for like forever, and I'm just like, really? Because
Tell
that's
him.
because I'm gonna
Yeah, tell him to stop doing the side plot and just go through the story.
just do the story.
You're gonna be on that forever.
Yeah,
Just most of the plot.
basically, right?
Uh,
So yeah, I might have to do that too. Just ignore the side stuff because I'm trying to see what happens.
like you're gonna drive yourself insane doing that shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, yeah. So that's it. I'll see you guys next time.
Hey, see you next time. Thank you guys for
Bye.
watching. Bye
Also,
bye.
subscribe and check out T-Class Studios animations. He just uploaded today for Sonic Shorts.
Yay.
Check that out.
Yay.
And
Yay.
yeah, so peace out.
Peace out. Bye bye.
All right, good talk stream. I think we actually did get through everything. I don't think there was a stone left unturned. We didn't really go through like the movie and all the different things that happened. It's mostly because we just saw it once. A lot of it isn't super fresh in my mind. I can't really recall a lot of things that happened in the movie, but I think we covered the important shit. So yeah, it was fun. So yeah, Sonic 3. It's a good movie. Go see it. It's great. And I'm not even saying that just because I'm like super hella biased with Shadow. They did a good job with that movie. They finally made like an actual complete narrative that's like followable with none of the fucking cringy bullshit that the other movies have. And it's actually worth seeing. So yeah, if you are at all curious to whether or not the movie is good, don't worry about it. It is. Go watch it. With that being said, I gotta work in the morning. I will catch you guys later. Thanks for sticking around. Peace out.